Wasn't expecting it to go 1 for 1, but it did. So here we are. Good morning. Held over one tab from last night, but specifically wanted to save for stream because it was a long one. But we'll start there. Oh, there we go. I think do I just log in? I could just log in and log back out, if anything. Yeah, because I kind of do want to get back into that boulders run. And it gives me something to do quite well. But yeah, I'm going to do a quick login, get my fucking daily, and log back out. Okay.
As you guys may have seen over the weekend, I caused the great Muujin to crash out over just calling him an unreliable narrator. But we're gonna watch this video that Tectone made. Thank you, Tectone, for covering this story. It's going to be quite hilarious. It was posted 10 hours ago. Sweet. Muujin just lost all his credibility. I think he lost a lot of credibility. I don't know about all, but he lost a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to showcase you the most legendary crash out you might have ever seen. Now, this one breaks my heart because it's Muujin. And Muujin was a guy who I used to be friends with until he publicly disavowed me by lying on my name multiple times and saying that he reviewed information that...
I'm not gonna lie, this was actually a big strike 1 and 2 for me personally, was seeing kind of how fast he threw this guy under the bus and the way that he did it when it happened. It was like really telling. It was like, oh, he's one of those. So when I have my angle of like, oh, this guy's a bit of a weasel, it started with how he fucking did that shit to Tectone. And I'm not even a big Tectone fan like that, but I saw that and I was like, yo, he really fucking pulled the trigger like super fast on that one.
Was actually non-existent. Muujin...
I saw this happen in real time on Twitter, where he publicly disavowed Tectone, and it was so cringe. It was so cringe. I just dislike it.
Honestly, like TLDR on that one, it was his first time attempting to do the very thing he tried to do with Sykkuno with this one, only where it worked with Tectone, it did not work with Sykkuno.
So much when people claim to be someone's good friend, and instead of going to them privately, they resort to publicly shaming them for Twitter points. Virtue signaling, it's just disgusting. It's really annoying.
Reviewed a document made by Mizkif and deemed that a trustworthy source and wouldn't wait till real records came out. And so he threw the baby out with the bathwater and completely backstabbed me, which is a shame because Muujin reached out to me, asked for a collab, and I approved it, and we were good ever since. But, you know, what can you say?
Muujin reached out to Tectone for a collab? That means Tectone's a predator. Can't believe it. Wait, who's larger? Wait, who's the larger creator? I forgot. Is Muujin the larger creator or is Tectone the larger? Who's the predator? Muujin probably like 2 inches? You mean in viewers? What? Yeah, wait, what? What are we talking about? We're not talking about what are you talking? What are you saying? Back then, Muujin was smaller. Okay, so I was right. Phrasing. Muujin was no name back then? So you're telling me Muujin asked to collaborate with Tectone so that Muujin could possibly grow, get some clout from Tectone?
Say about Fairweather Friends, they throw you away the moment there's even a smell of controversy, and I'm not really surprised. And it's a shame, because I used to really like Muujin. I used to really think his videos were great, but over the past year or two, I'm noticing a pattern that he doesn't really do as much research as I thought he did.
Yeah.
And his ego is very fragile. Now, I want to talk about this video, and I want to talk about what happened on Twitter, but this might be the most uncomfortable crash out I have ever seen in my entire life. And I shit you not, Mugen went on Twitter and berated a woman because she wasn't pretending to be sexually assaulted or sexually harassed.
Yeah.
This is one of the most uncomfortable things I have ever seen. And I have never seen someone yell at someone because they weren't convinced they were a victim. This shit is weird as fuck.
It did. It read as like Mugen really wanted me to be a victim. That's how it came across. He was really mad that I was like, oh, you know, I just don't really feel victimized by what Sykkuno said to me, and what we hung out, and he's just, you know, kind of a flirt and stuff, but that's about it. Pretty sure Mugen said something along the lines of like, everyone's opinion matters, or like every woman who is coming forward with their stories about Sykkuno, it really matters. I guess it really matters until I disagree. And then he's gonna jump on me.
So, in case you don't know, let me give you some context.
He was definitely fishing for more people to come out so he had more content to fucking cover. That was all it was.
What had happened was, a lot of VTubers are coming out and showing innocent, harmless messages or conversations they started with Sykkuno, claiming how they're victims, how this made them so uncomfortable, even though they engaged the conversations. And
there's even, I'm not shitting you, there's even a conversation I saw, no, I wouldn't even call it a conversation, on Twitter, of someone posting their DMs with Sykkuno. All it says is crab. Sykkuno says crab to some chick, and then she says crab back. And then she turned it into some sort of like, oh my god, I'm so glad that I've dodged a bullet, and what if he did this to me, and blah, 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 blah. It was just the word crab. Are we serious right now?
So Powder, like Powder often does, says, hey guys, I was in the same situation and I was fine. Let me read you this. Let's talk about it. Like, comment, and subscribe if you're new here. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely. But never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the tower dynamic. Also, he was just friendly. Also saw some people throwing around the word predator around. I think that's
I'll read it off. Can you criticize him for cheating? Absolutely, but never once did I feel manipulated by this dude. He's a huge flirt, but I was incredibly aware of the power dynamic. Also, he was just friendly. He's quite forward with his Riz, which I didn't like being around, gave me player vibes. Am I gonna flip out on him? No. Usually when someone is like that, they're already talking to multiple people. I see some women trying to play victim as if they didn't have a brain in the situation. Also saw people throwing around the word predator. I think that's unreasonable. Mugen never really was a reliable narrator. If a larger content creator who's friendly asks to play a game with you, would you say no? So, bit of backstory on this. Sykkuno and I first came into contact with Chibidoki collab. So Chibidoki was doing this giant collaboration for Crab Game. Oh god, Crab.
There it is.
Crab Game, where a bunch of streamers were invited. One of those streamers was Sykkuno. There was Sykkuno and friends. There were some VTubers involved as well. Him and I got into like a 1v1 where he threw a snowball at me and then I died. No! No! And over a few months back in 2023, which is when the DMs took place, over the past couple months after that, a lot of people were coming to me and telling me that I sound like a female version of Sykkuno. So
what?
I think that might have gave Sykkuno a bit of a green light to reach out to me, because Sykkuno and I were in another Discord server. I believe it was made by Mooney. Her name's like Meow Mooney. He DM'd me just an emote, and I went to respond, and I couldn't because we weren't like friends, and then the Discord server got deleted. So I friend requested him, And then he was like, how are you gonna friend request me and not send a message? And then I was like, oh, sorry, like Discord got deleted. I did try to reply. Then from there, our DMs are actually so fucking boring. I'm not going to deny, because a lot of people saw this, a 3-hour phone call, and people were running with that. And they were like, oh my God, they must have had e-sex or something like that. I'm gonna be so fucking honest, guys. For a while, Sykkuno does this thing where he says, we need to play games. Let's play games. And then doesn't like give a time or doesn't like follow through. And so there was one of those days where I was like, okay, are you free in like 2 hours? And he was like, yeah. And then so we played Baldur's Gate for 3 hours. This motherfucker, I'll never forgive him. He skipped all the cutscenes, and no lie, he told me, he's like, oh, I've played this beginning part like 5 times.
What are the odds that that would be the thing that that she brings up right when that's the thing that I'm playing right now? Like, there's no way. There's no way.
What? I was like, why are we playing this game? But Sykkuno being Sykkuno, he says this thing where it's like, oh, well, I've never played it with you before.
There's never been a more vile creature.
You know, like that.
The things she did to me.
And it's like, oh, okay, I guess so. And our conversation was pretty casual, I'm not gonna lie. It was just me being awkward and like, oh, you know, I'm surprised a content creator like you wants to even like play a game with me. Because at the time, I was a smaller VTuber. I wasn't really small, but I was smaller. And we talked about our lives briefly. He talked to me about having 2 different houses, which it signaled to me when he said that he's played this game 5 times before. He's skipping all the cutscenes. He's saying like, oh, but I've never played this with you before, or something like that. And he's talking about having 2 houses. He's a pretty well-off guy. It signaled to me that I was like, all right, this guy is, you know, he talks to a lot of people. I'm pretty sure I even called him out on it in the DMs. I'd have to go back, because he was trying to tell me that he's like a very introverted person. And then I was like, I don't know, man. It kind of seems like you talk to a lot of people, because he was in these collabs and he has a lot of friends. So like, you can't tell me that you're like an introvert when you're just so easily like going into my DMs, sending an emote, and then asking to play games all the fucking time. You know, when we were playing the game though, I just got that feeling that, okay, this guy is like a player, like he has said these things to multiple women before, like it's like kind of awkward. I'm not going to be mean to him, you know, because it's just, I'm not gonna fault a guy for flirting with a girl, you know. I get it, right? I get it, right? It doesn't really bother me. It's just, I wasn't going to give him what he wanted from whatever, you know, what he wanted. So I distanced myself. And there are some DMs between us where, let me see if I can pull it up. Like, these are the last, this is the last of our DMs. So I would leave him on red for like months, because again, like I said, I got the feeling that he was a player, and I wasn't the type of girl to be easily swayed into like sleeping with like a larger content creator, you know, or like dating someone like Sykkuno. It felt like he had plenty of women that he's talking to. But yeah, I'm just criticizing him for skipping the cutscenes. And the cheating thing, by the way, is bad, obviously. But skipping the cutscenes, what the fuck, man? You played this game 5 times, what the fuck? Also, it's so fucking annoying.
It's funny too, because even like that is kind of like a no-no for first timers. You definitely don't want to do that for people playing for the first, even if like you have, and I say that as a guy that's like did this shit like hundreds of times now at this point. Still, like when we try to do our run with Ted, when Richie and when we got Richie his first run, I essentially made it where Richie was basically the pilot and he was the one deciding everything. I had no input. his decisions were his decisions. I was merely just there, just along for the ride. That was his first time. He loves the game now as much as I do, so like it's different now. But when we tried and failed to get a run with Ted, it was the same exact rule where it's like whoever the new guy is, you have to let them be the main character, essentially. I forgot the actual coin term for that, like the character, like your charisma character that talks to everybody. There is a term for that within this game's community. I just don't remember it off the top of my head. But you always let the new person be the one in charge of everything, because the worst thing you could possibly do is ruin someone's first run. You cannot duplicate whatever your first run is, for better or worse. Your first run is always going to be one of the most valuable things you ever do in this game, because it's the only time that you're doing things completely blind, where you do not know the ramifications of anything that you're doing, which is where all the magic is. So you don't do something like that where you skip all the cutscenes just because you've seen them like that. It's cringe.
Like, when someone is like, let's play games, and then you're like, okay, what time? Silence. Let's play games. Okay, but like right now is not a good time. Silence. Couple days later. Oh, want to play this game? By the way, anytime that I suggested playing games with like friends, because I wanted to invite my friend, and I told him, I was like,
oh, that
maybe
was an
you
instant
can invite
no.
a friend as well, and we can all play together.
Instant no.
It was never worked out.
Mm-hmm.
One of the times he reached out and wanted to play a game was during one of my subathons, and I didn't want to do any sort of like collaboration during that time. And he kept, asking to play games, and I was like, this is one of those things where I kind of want to get to know someone behind the scenes first before I start doing collaborations on stream, right? That's just something you think about as a content creator. Like, you don't want to platform someone that you're gonna feel weird around, right? Going and playing games with them behind the scenes first, I feel like it's a good way to suss someone out, and that's what I did. We played Baldur's Gate for like 3 hours, and then I took a mental note in my head where I was like, all right,
Never doing that
nice
again.
guy, but I don't know if this is a friendship worth growing. It kind of feels like he wants more than friendship from me. So, it just like slowly died off. That's it. How dare you not trust him? I wasn't gonna give him what he wanted, It sounds like he's a flirt, right? Someone who talks like that comes across as someone who says that to other people too. Honestly, should have just blocked that creepoid. Oh, he's not. He's friendly. That's the thing. He's a friendly guy. He was a friendly guy. I'm not upset with guys who flirt. That's fine. That is okay. Guys flirting with girls is fine.
Oh, there's another one.
Again, wasn't going to give him what he wanted, because to me it felt like he either wanted to get in my pants or he wanted a girlfriend, and I wasn't going to give that to him. So here we are. Then you look at Powder's Discord, it's dudes flirting with dudes. Yeah, you guys are so fucking gay. You smart dude. It's just like, I didn't know much about this guy either. Like, to be fair, I didn't know that he was such a huge content creator until I feel like just about before we started playing Baldur's Gate, because I was a smaller content creator back in 2023. I don't know who's connected to who and stuff. I saw that he had a lot of subscribers on YouTube, and I was like, wow, this guy's a pretty big deal. You just kind of take a mental note in your head where you're like, okay, this is a very large content creator. Why is he talking to me? Like, why me?
It's odd.
People?
Yeah.
And when you ask Sykkuno something like that, he's probably gonna say like, oh, because I just found you really cool and interesting. Okay. And that is like, okay, thank you, but kind of feels like a recycled line. Right? Like, I don't know. You just need to be sus. right? When you're a little content creator and a big content creator reaches out and is like, hey, want to play games together? And they're being very flirty with you, think about it, you know? And if you reciprocate, then okay, you know, that's your prerogative. If you want to, you know, explore things sexually, or if you want to get into a relationship with this person, then that's your choice. Let's just be honest here. Oh, to be completely transparent, guys, I was gonna leave it alone. I was gonna leave the whole Sykkuno thing alone, but I thought it would be so fucking funny if I came forward and I was like, ladies, you're not special. We're all special. These ladies hate me. The VTubing community hates me. They think that I am literally Hitler. So I thought it would be kind of funny to be like, ladies, this guy
I'm
that
one of you.
you know, were with has been with Hitler. I just wanted to poke at them a little bit. I thought it'd be kind of funny. But then Muujin crashing out was a little sprinkle on top. Wasn't expecting that, honestly. I was honestly just expecting
Unforeseen W.
some girls to crash out. But to see Muujin crash out, oof. Oh, chef's kiss. What a weekend.
Unreasonable. I'm not going to sit here and cry and pretend like I'm a victim. It's very obvious to tell what his intentions were, because I'm not retarded. And well, Muujin, for some reason, is a very normal thing, by the way.
Yeah.
Muujin freaked the f out and made one of the most uncomfortable posts I've ever seen that got triple ratioed in 3 hours. Muujin decides to quote retweet Powder in a mocking fashion, by the way, because this woman didn't want to paint herself a victim because she wasn't one. This is absolutely out of control. So Muujin is claiming that Powder is some grifting female hater.
Yeah, essentially, I call Muujin an unreliable narrator, and Muujin hits back with, "You fucking grifter blacked whore!" Oh. Whoa, buddy. Oh, man. Relax.
Who's also a female. Most uncomfortable thing I've ever seen is and by the way, Muujin, you talk about power dynamics. Now you have a smaller content creator expressing her point of view, and then you specifically abuse your power dynamic, saying, I'm going to use my channel and my influence, my massive influence that completely dwarfs their channel. Let's pull up some facts.
Guys, I can't believe Muujin's manipulating me right now. Threatening me and manipulating me.
Facts. So we have a small YouTuber who gets 24,000 views, 47,000 views, 37,000 views every couple months, with a guy who gets millions of views every single time he posts anything that everybody believes without any checking of themselves at all, even though multiple of these videos have been completely debunked in the past year. The content has completely fallen off in the past year, completely debunked. And now you are threatening her by saying you are going to make a massive expose because she dated a black guy? Not really a good look for all of these, for this guy who claims that he is morally virtuous.
I've never dated a black guy. I've never slept with a black guy, by the way. But so fucking weird, right? And he's gonna get people from both sides criticizing him too, because you have people who are on my side who don't like the blacked thing, right? The blacked posting. That's like, dude, what's wrong with you? Post hands. Like, are you Indian or are you Southeast Asian? What's going on here? And then you're gonna get people on the opposite side that are like, why are you criticizing someone for having a mixed race relationship? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. So why are you giving Powder a hard time? Yeah, I think Muujin just really like shot himself in the foot. Like, I think it just, he's like schizo posting. I almost want him to release a video because he thinks that he has something on me, but he's just
Attacking
gonna lie.
those doors,
Like, it's just
no.
all lies. He's so fucking mad. He's threatening me with an expose video based on lies.
I already have it on.
Like, I almost want him to do it so that I can just come in and call him a fucking retard and then move on. But we'll see what happens. I do feel good that I double ratioed him on Twitter though. Feels good.
All of these for this guy who claims that he is morally virtuous and is so on the woman's side, yet the
Not
moment
me.
a woman speaks out against him, she's a misogynist, and now you're gonna use your massive reach and influence to ruin her life. Not gonna lie, not a good look here. Goes
Yeah.
even further. Also, English is my first language, and I have no idea that predator can mean a person or organization that uses weaker people for their own advantage. Intentionally claiming and using negligence, unintentional negligence. You think these people don't know and what you did by calling Sykkuno a predator? You have ruined his life forever. You ruined his life forever. Forever. You have completely eviscerated this man's life by
I want to get chat's opinion on this. So, what Sykkuno is guilty of? Cheating on his girlfriend. Not good. Bad. Right? Flirting with lots of VTuber women, but that's not really a problem. So just cheating, right? So, do you think that he deserved this? I want to get your opinion. Do you think that he deserves a Google Doc and a video by Mugen painting him as a predator? Guilty of being a fuckboy. Yeah.
That
No?
is pretty
Yeah.
much what he's guilty
Okay.
of.
I just wanted to see if we were on the same page. The only victim's his girlfriend? Yeah, the only victim's his girlfriend, which people found out, by the way. Her name is like Weenie Desu or Maddie or something, which
Yeah, even that part has fallen through now because she willfully chooses to be attached to that shit, so she's not a victim of anything other than her own stupidity.
she made models for both Bao and Iron Mouse. So I wonder if like Sykkuno's influence was in that somehow. That's just a theory. But yeah, the only victim is his girlfriend, really. Also, I could see some people making the argument that Sykkuno is a victim. Victim of Mugen and these women making a Google Doc and a video on him. But I don't think anyone's gonna say that because they're gonna get a bunch of backlash. But yes, the girlfriend's the victim in this situation. She was cheated on. Legal Mindset released a YouTube video that stated that using the term predator without actual evidence has left the door open for some serious legal issues. Ooh. Mugen has a crash out on Twitter and then gets sued by Sykkuno. Ooh, that would be. Is it Christmas? Christmas already?
Can you believe it, guys?
Do you think it's a coincidence that the exact same people like Mugen have made this coordinated hit piece on someone an entire year after doing it to Cinder? Well, Mugen and the girl, her name is Mal, I believe. Mal did come out on Twitter and say that they were friends. Or good friends, something to that effect. So, yeah, I mean, there's very, 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 very low chance that this chick releases this doc, and then 2 hours later, Mugen comes forward with an hour-long edited video. And that's just like a coincidence or something? No. There was definitely some colluding behind the scenes. For sure. Was Powder the first one to call out his use of the word predator? No, I don't think so. Because I left the situation alone. I was just memeing about the situation. And then the next day, I decided to come forward with like a bit more, you know, of my opinion and my perspective of the situation. Because I am some girl who has talked with Sykkuno. I have. And so my perspective of the situation, you would think, would matter to these online drama journalists. Oh, maybe I should get the other side of the situation and see if everyone agrees with Mal or whatever. I even had some chick DM me who has gone on a date, like I'd assume IRL date with Sykkuno, And she messaged me and she said, "Thank you, Powder, for saying what you said. I'm too afraid to say what you say because of the haters, but I went on a date with Sykkuno and I had a really good time. He was a really nice guy." So, you know, there's girls out there that have come forward, or maybe are too scared to come forward. I guess maybe I was the only one to come forward and be like, "Hey,
Dude, that would be the ultimate fucking salt in the wound, is if people started coming out to Powder instead of Muujin, and Muujin was the one farming for people to come out to him. That would be fucking glorious.
just really don't think this situation is as bad as people are making it out to be. But there are some girls lurking in the shadows that maybe feel the same way I do."
You have completely eviscerated this man's life by labeling him something that he's not. And you know what you're doing. And there's no way anybody who speaks English is like, "Oh, Predator, oh, that's not really that big of a deal." No, Predator is a be-all, end-all, to quote XQC, late game term that you call f***ing criminals. Predator can even mean rapist. And you are calling this man a predator. He's not, and you know what you're doing. And claiming that you use the weakest, most innocent version, anybody with an IQ above 67 knows that a predator is a word you do not throw around. It's a predator. It's not a word you throw around lackadaisically. And last time I checked, you're not Somalian, so I know your IQ is above 67. Final one.
Oh, God.
But it's okay.
Why the fuck are you guys saying 6'7"? 6'7", 6'7".
And last time I checked, you're not Somalian, so I know your IQ is above 67. Final.
Yeah, my bad. He did say it. 6'7", 6'7". Jesus Christ. It's like the little keys jingling. Jingle, jingle.
But it's okay. My audience gobbles up anything I say anyway, dumbass simps.
That is just untrue, by the way, too. By the way, my audience just gobbles up anything I say anyway, dumbass simps. Jesus Christ, Muujin. Isn't that what you want, Muujin? Like, you want your audience to
tends to
gobble
be
up what you
projection
say,
when people
because
say
if
shit like that.
anyone disagrees with what you have to say, Muujin, then you're going to threaten them with some expose video. You know, usually with
Amulet,
my community,
armor.
when they disagree with me, it's like, that's okay. Or, oh, let's talk about it. Or,
Do I
I'm gonna
play
call
for
you a
armor or do I
retard
play
and
for
move
an
on.
amulet?
And that's about it, you know.
I think I'll play for armor.
Whatever.
Rings.
Claiming that this woman can only get views by pandering to simps. Which, by the way, Powder is one of the few VTuber models, and I'm going to show this. Powder is one of the few VTuber models that doesn't even abuse massive, giant, fat titties. It just looks...
Unless I am suspended on Twitch, then I will free the boobs because I want to be unbanned. Okay.
Massive, giant, fat titties. It just looks like a little elf girl with a Viking helmet on. So I don't know why we're claiming that we're just goon baiting and simp farming, but this response is terrible. And by the way, if you think I'm the only person who has this opinion, do you see all these tabs on the top right that say X on them? This isn't porn. These are all the other content creators who have spoken out in disgust of Muujin's actions here. And Muujin is a guy who needs to understand the power dynamic. Muujin, you have the power to cancel anybody on the internet. You have ruined many people's lives. Some deserve, some not. You gave me a lot of shit for something that I didn't even fucking do. You said you read everything that was available when nothing was available. And you just lied on my name after everything I've done for you, which is psychotic. And you know what's crazy? I haven't even blocked you on Twitter because I'm hoping you'll come to your senses and maybe you'll apologize to me. And I'll never mention you again, hoping for an apology, and that's okay. Let's keep going here. We have Kim.
I don't think Muujin's gonna apologize. If he does apologize, he wouldn't apologize to Tectone directly. He wouldn't apologize to me directly.
He definitely
would just
didn't.
go post on Twitter and be like, "Oh, I'm sorry I crashed out. I said some things I shouldn't have said. I hope you guys forgive me." And he's just gonna talk to the wider, like, Twitter audience. And then he's gonna get, like, replies from people being like, "Oh no, what you said is totally okay and was blown out of proportion. It's okay, Muujin. You can be a raging retard. It's fine." That's damage control, not an apology. Yeah. Fair enough. I hope he does. Can't wait to clown on him. I mean, I will say that I am thankful for people like Tectone who are making a YouTube video about it, because it feels like I get a lot of traction on Twitter. So that's like my playing field when it comes to this sort of stuff. Like, yeah, let's fight on Twitter. But Muujin's area of influence is on YouTube. So I'm glad that there's creators making YouTube videos about Muujin on YouTube and like meeting him on the same playing field here. And being like, you can't just hide on YouTube, Muujin. No, no, no. Like, your bad behavior is gonna get called out no matter what platform. So I'm happy to see, you know, content creators like Tectone call him out. 1v1 me on Twitter. Heck yeah. Well, he picked a fight. He did. I mean, I did name him, right? I said Muujin's not always, or has never been a reliable narrator. Muujin has never been a reliable narrator. I did name him, but the response? Who would have guessed?
Kirsha weighing in
Kirsha.
by giving him the ticking time clock. After this, I'm going to be real. I believe that the Muujin document and the Muujin Google Doc will become very apparent. And I do believe that Muujin, when he panders to mindless drones that gobble up everything he says, a lot of shit's going to come out about him. I'm sorry, guys. I don't trust faceless VTubers. I don't. Legal.
Yeah, okay. Also, too, like, why would Muujin want to be friends with the girl Mal who made the Google document on Sykkuno and was the same girl who said, "Oh, Sykkuno, you didn't cheat on me. I believe in second chances. We can still talk."
I'm still upset with you, but you didn't cheat on me. You can still talk to me and be like, make up for your actions. Don't get me wrong.
Why would you be friends with someone like that? Like, you're playing with fire. I guess Muujin must be really desperate. Maybe he doesn't have much luck dating or something, because that is a huge red flag there.
Sorry, guys. I don't trust faceless VTubers. I don't. Legal Mindset says, I used to perceive, and this is a lawyer, by the way, I used to perceive Muujin as professional, but he's lost that in his handling of the Sykkuno situation in Crash Out. Now downplaying the seriousness of labeling someone a predator by presenting the mild definition as hard cope. Everyone knows the real implication behind it. Very true. That's what a lawyer thinks. Speaking of lawyers, I spoke to a lawyer, and they believe that Muujin's video, if not retracted and adjusted, can open him up to a case of defamation, because you are calling someone a predator who clearly is not. There's more. Mizudamari Puddle Yokai says, this is amazing. Muujin openly admitted to coordinating a hit piece with a crazy BPD girl who still wants to sleep with the predator instead of him. And now this meager reputation is crumbling around him. He's just lashing out at anyone he can to desperately try and get a W. What's the saying? No pussy? Nah. I've seen what pussy does to a man, and I don't want none of that. You can keep up this bullshit excuse, by the way, that predator means other things, but by the definition you invented for it, you're preying on the victims yourself. You should probably course correct on that soon. Very true. Very true. Another one. Can't wait for the Muujin doc to drop. True. Legal Mindset. A lawyer weighs in again. The male simp collaborators pushing Me Too narrative types like Muujin don't realize that the people they are allying with bear no loyalty. True. Disdain the male gender as a whole and won't wait to throw him under the bus for a shred of clout. And that is the goddamn truth. Lamau, a joke about Muujin. Dear period cramps. Leave her alone. Sorry you had to see that, ladies. I just get so passionate about feminism. Yes, it is very obvious that Muujin is completely pussy crazy, trying to protect and be the defender of these e-girls. And in the end, he's completely obliterating his own credibility, which means every single video that comes after, people are going to take with a grain of salt. Guys, I'm not going to lie. Muujin's video on Sykkuno is the most disliked video of all time in the history of his channel, and I'm going to show you this with facts. This new video, while getting 73,000 likes, also got 7,000 dislikes. This is a 10% dislike ratio, the highest ever on any of Muujin's videos. Because
I have to say too, like, I was going through the comments of Muujin's video, And it seems like a lot of people are pointing out the issues with the girl Mal and the way that she reacted in this situation. So you would think that Muujin, being unbiased and just letting people form their own opinions, would let people, you know, just come to their own conclusions and say things like that. But no. He's gonna go crash out on Twitter over a girl, me, who has a different perspective of the situation.
And a Viking
I think
helmet.
he was running cover in other people's responses as well. I think he even went after XQC at some point, because XQC was joking about how Sykkuno is like a player and how he like put all of his chips on the table and then chose the one that was like the best one. You know what I'm saying? He used some sort of bizarre analogy. He's essentially playing or saying that Sykkuno went and he shoots out a bunch of DMs to a bunch of girls, and then the girls will bite back. Some of them will bite back, and then from there Sykkuno can just choose which one that he likes the most, or which one is the best one out of it, right? He gave him game. Yeah, he that was like his advice or something. And he's like claiming that his advice worked. Okay, I'm gonna tell you too why this situation doesn't really bother me. Because we know men and women are different. And men want to date pretty girls. And girls want to date men who are financially
But to
stable,
say high
or
status.
have a lot of money. They want to date providers. Like, crazy concept, I know. Crazy reality we live in. At the end of the day, he has a lot of clout. He has a lot of money. He's gonna have a lot of women coming at him and wanting to be with him, sliding into his DMs, wanting to play games with him, wanting something to gain from him, right? Whether it's clout, whether it's a relationship, whether it's sex, right? They want something from him too. It just doesn't bother me. It really doesn't. And seeing some of these conversations where they're literally just saying the word crab and you have women flipping shit on Twitter about it. Are we serious? We live in fucking La La Land. And I'm just gonna be completely honest. I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. This is me being 100% honest. Did I know that he was a larger content creator before I played Baldur's Gate with him? Yes, I did. Did I think to myself, oh, this might be, you know, good for me. This might be good for my community. This might be good for my growth. May I earn a friend from this? Perhaps. Yes, I did have those thoughts. 100%. But after playing that game with him, after playing Baldur's Gate and getting to know him a bit more, and just having a few casual conversations afterwards, I thought to myself that it just seems scummy. Because here's a guy who clearly wants some sort of like relationship, sexual, maybe like girlfriend type relationship with me, because that's what I was getting from the flirting, right? And I was like, I can't reciprocate that. I can't. Because then I would just be using him for his clout. And that felt icky to me. It felt incredibly icky to me. Could I have just friend zoned him and just like used him for clout? 100%. But I think it was better to let the communication die out and have him move on with other people. Have him move on to women that could reciprocate, right? Women that would sleep with him and want to be in a relationship with him or something, because I wasn't going to be that woman. I wasn't going to be that person for him. So that's why it died out. That's why we're like not friends, right? Who wouldn't have those thoughts? But Powder stood strong on her morals. That makes her more base than 90% of the other streamers that would have used him for the clout. Yeah, and oftentimes I think about stuff like that, and it's like maybe that's what makes me like a small content creator, or smaller than the people in Sykkuno's like circle, is that I don't friend zone a bunch of men and then use them for clout. Like, I genuinely would have entertained being friends, but with the way that Sykkuno talks to me and the way that Sykkuno,
we don't want to deal
talks
with
to
this
other
bullshit,
women,
so
it
we're gonna
sounds like he wants
preemptively
more
do
than
this.
friendship. So, you know, he's pretty transparent. Also, like, going forward, I hate it when people try to act like there's the factor of someone's
You have to go downstairs to
fame
cast?
just plays no part in anything they do. That
Okay, well, we're
pisses me
better
off
off
to no
just
end.
shooting our shot.
Because it's just purposefully avoiding a truth, avoiding that influence. Like, come on, like, it's okay. Just point it out. Understand that it affects things. It's fine. That's just the way things are. Like, when people freak out about the word competition, oh god, all the Twitch streamers are competing with each other. Well, I'm not competing with my friend because my friend is my friend. Shut the fuck up. You're friends, and you're also in competition with each other if you're both content creators. And that's just the way it is. It's fine. It's just how you go about it, right? How do you go about it? Do you cancel your friend the second they're in some sort of drama so that you can go and get Twitter points? Well, then you fucking suck, right? You fucking suck. Criticize that, you know? You don't need to, like, this word competition doesn't need to have such a negative connotation. About healthy competition, yeah, healthy competition, right? I've kind of, like, distanced myself from a lot of content creators, too, after, you know, doing collaborations or talking with them privately, because as a lot of, you know, Tectone and Asmongold has experienced, you get stabbed in the back by these people. These people do factor in your clout. They do factor in your online presence. And for them, they use that to their advantage when the time comes to cancel you or beat you down. It sucks. They pretend it doesn't matter when you're in a friendship with them, but then when it's convenient, it matters a whole lot because they can use it against you.
I forgot I had shields I picked up for people.
Everything he says, but now because of this, everything that he says going forward is going to be taken with a grain of salt, because there is now not one, not two, not three, but 5 different instances of Mugen talking about something like he knows something when he doesn't. All of this over getting some e-pussy. Well, in that case, notorious predator Mugen crashes out after his recent hit piece is met with massive criticism after being placed under scrutiny. People have noticed how his predatory behavior has ruined the reputation of many. Is this the end of this predator? Mugen, by your own logic, you would be a predator, preying victim on Powder, because she's a smaller content creator than you, and you are taking advantage of that fact, trying to bully her into silence.
Me too.
So by your own definition, you are now a predator. Really not a good look, and you need to understand what your actions are causing. I look forward to an apology soon, unless you're going to double down and go in on everybody. Take out your aggression on another harmless individual. Mugen is crashing out. Everyone knows that when it comes to YouTube and it's canceling people. When people say the person is a predator, everyone instinctively knows it's referring to an individual that's taking advantage of children. True. Mugen wanted to use the word predator to mislead people into believing that Sykkuno was trying to manipulate children for sexual reasons. True. In reality, this wasn't the case. All of the victims were adults. Now, when he gets backlash, he hides behind a technicality and goes, but actually predator means taking advantage of people. Obviously, calling someone a predator, then letting the viewers assume the worst case scenario is better than simply calling Sykkuno a cheater. And all of this was for the sakes of clicks. Scummy, cheating e-boy wouldn't have gotten as much attention, so you had to participate with Mal in escalating it, adding crap like dangerous predator and evil manipulator. True. I'm going to laugh when a woman inevitably comes forward and accuses him of being a predator.
Can I do that? Can I? No. Mugen, by your own definition, I have to imagine that the reason why it was so hard to plan gaming with Sykkuno is I believe he would, I don't know, I just imagine him sitting in a cafe eating a sandwich and he sends out a mass DM to all of the girls. He has a list or something that says, "Want to play games? We really need to play games together." And then from there, it's up to those girls to fill in the blanks with the specifics. It makes it so that he doesn't have to do as much work.
A woman inevitably comes forward and accuses him of being a predator. True. Damn, I bet Mugen is a feminist who respects all women until they have a different opinion than him.
True.
What is this? Exactly. Another one, crashing out. He made a biased video. Everyone saw it. This isn't the first time that you've been biased. Mal was upset she wasn't the only girl that Sykkuno DM'd. As for the actual victim, his girlfriend, did any of you ask her if she wanted this made public? True.
That's a good...
Never have I seen
That is a really, really good question. Does anyone know? Did the girlfriend give the green light to make this a public thing? No, we don't know. If I was in that girlfriend's shoes, I would go postal. Like, I would be so upset with this chick if she tried to buddy up to me and was like, by the way, your boyfriend's cheating on you. Let me help you out. And then goes to the boyfriend and is like, oh, well, you didn't cheat on me and we can still talk. I believe in second chances. You have a man with a lot of money, a lot of clout, and he's not flirting with just you. Nope. He's flirting with me, aka literally Hitler.
Upset she wasn't the only girl in this video. Everyone saw it. This isn't the first time that you've been biased. Mal was upset she wasn't the only girl that Sykkuno DM'd.
Good night,
As for
Nick.
the actual victim, his girlfriend...
2 seconds. BRB. All right.
Did any of you ask her if she wanted this made public? True. Never have I seen a man lack so much self-worth barely 4 months into the year. You'd rather be the lapdog of your own downtown slumlord hooker than get a real job. Now I know you're dating these girls. Frankly, they can do better than dating a drama slop tuber. Mugen's crash out has been delicious to watch. Why be—
You're welcome. You're welcome. It goes to show I can be banned on Twitch and I'm still gonna make content for you guys. My existence makes people flail. What can I say? This was so stupid on Mujin's part. He's such a fucking retard. His post looks weird. Like, he looks like a fucking schizo. He doesn't look like a reliable journalist at all. Now it looks like he's like a cuck schizo. Not a good look. Not at all.
Incredible and have some journalistic integrity when you can just be first. Mujin, probably. Could it be that you're retarded? Holy crash out, dude. Are you being serious? You skipped looking at replies under Mujin's tweet and people shitting on him. I'll pull it up right now. We'll read that at the end. All she said was, yes, he's a cheater and that deserves criticism. But no, she personally didn't feel manipulated, and calling him a predator might be taking it a bit too far.
Right.
That's not excusing him of being a cheater. People can have opinions on how you handle the situation.
Right.
Also, fantasizing about making some hit piece exposing someone's relationship because they make edgy jokes online. What the That's real weird. It's not
even that, too. It goes deeper because this like relationship with a black dude doesn't even exist. It just doesn't exist. It just came out of left field. He's just schizo posting. That's what makes it funnier. It's like, what? Oh my god.
Clearly can't take up any type of critique without...
He thought you were Riri? I guess. He thought I was Riri or Elfin or something, but Elfin didn't even date a black guy. Like, these are different people. These are completely different people.
That's real weird. Someone clearly can't take up any type of critique without crashing out.
Yeah.
You really are an unreliable narrator. Very true. Dickers points
You're
out
not
that
Elfin?
Mujin wants to
No.
make it seem like he is less involved in the allegations against
Sideline, thank you
Sykkuno
for
by
the sub.
unfollowing the accusers before screenshotting. The doc Mujin shows is named Exposing Sykkuno, but the doc publicly shared is copy of Exposing Sykkuno.
Oh.
And he didn't follow her back? I'm telling you. Through the course of this drama, there is an effort for Mujin to portray himself as if these guys are like totally independent and he's just commenting on the fucking story. Counterpose, okay? So me and Mujin have been friends, and it's been one of my confidants this entire time.
Yep.
But he doesn't acknowledge that he had a big hand in that Twitter document. He doesn't acknowledge that he's like helped with the drama behind the scenes, and he's pretending as though he doesn't follow her on Twitter.
I came just in time.
Okay, buddy. All right, man.
Now, that's
Who's this guy? Good on him. Good on him.
Good.
completely fine to help people behind the scenes. But when you're making a post like that and you're acting like it's from an unbiased perspective, that is fraudulently disingenuous.
Yeah.
It's very important to acknowledge what you've done before making an expose on that and declaring your bias. I do that every video. Like I said, Mujin is not a good person, as evident by his disgusting, sarcastic post against Powder that is filled with pure ad hominem smear, complete with actual racist relationship angle that especially comes off as fetishizing, creepy, and irrelevant to the core drama. True. It's almost always the case that men who proclaim their defense of women and those who shout lack of racism are some of the most racist and sexist people in the world. This poses one of the purest form of that evidence, attacking a female CC in a way that absolutely atrocious. That shit was weird as fuck. So, the next time you end up encountering one of these left-coded male feminist types, just beware, they're willing to go scorched earth just to maintain their ego. Very true. Elfin Psyop seems to have done some damage to Mujin's psyche. Very true. Mujin actively destroying his reputation for clicks. It's insane. Destiny perfectly summarized the Sykkuno drama. Now this is Destiny, kind of a weird guy, but I'm wearing the helm out. Hear him out, let's hear it.
Does the whole drama boil down to him cheating? Is this literally it? Yes. The problem is well, kind of, but not really. The problem is that the girl didn't get him in the end. If Sykkuno would have agreed to date her, then nothing would have been written. It would have been fine.
Absolutely fucking truth. Truth nuke.
Yeah.
Destiny goes in again. Once again, everybody's been saying this. It's nice hearing this from another person.
All of this can be explained in 20 seconds of the video between that one girl and Sykkuno. It can all be explained in 20 seconds. And it's the idea that if they don't get what they want in the end, then they can flip it onto the guy who's being an abuser. One of the huge paradigm shifts that needs to happen, in that, you can read it in the very beginning of this girl's thing. Here's a huge paradigm shift that needs to happen. It'll never happen. I've given up on society. I don't give a fuck about anything. But this is what needs to happen, but it won't happen, okay? When a woman says to you, there's this guy, and I really like him, but the thing is, he'll only hang out with me when I guarantee him sex. Every single time that story is presented in left spaces, it's seen as the guy manipulating the woman, but that is 100% a two-way street.
Yep.
But if you would even imply the opposite, people lose their mind, because you could very easily flip that to, there's this girl, and I don't know how I feel about her. I don't think I would date her or whatever, but she keeps saying she wants to f me every single time she has to hang out. So like you're manipulating him just as much as he's manipulating you.
True.
The only difference though is that if things don't work out in the end for the girl, she can write a giant doc on the dude to try to get him destroyed because he didn't date her in the end. It's just.
We see this story far too often. You watch the streams, clearly the woman is madly in love with the man. The man moves on, realizes the woman isn't good for him, and then the woman says, I love you. Please be with me. I want to have your kids. I want to marry you. And the guy says, I just don't think it would work out. Sorry, no hard feelings, but I'm gonna look for a woman that I actually think I'm compatible with. No, you can't. If I can't have him, nobody can. He's going after a new girl. He's a rapist. He's an abuser. He's a manipulator. He's a predator. Please, he has to be alone, because if I can't have him, nobody can. A tale has...
Got a little spit on my face from that. This is why I like Tectone. I like the way that he gets all
as old as time, and we see it over and over and over and over and over. Guys, type 1 if you've seen that happen 5 times in the past year. Sykkuno was living with his girlfriend, who he's trying to actually break up with, even though the relationship was already dead. He didn't initially tell people who were highly interested in him and actively seeking him out. A ton of people wanted to sleep with him and apparently wanted to move in after a day or two of talking.
Oh my god, he's gonna read this all? Holy. Alright, Tectone, I'll sit back and listen though. Let's hear.
He cheated on said girlfriend. From what Sykkuno said himself, the voice call was basically girlfriend in name only. The accuser still wants a relationship with him afterwards, but got cut out of his life. And then came the very coordinated effort to turn into a full headpiece against him. True. So Sykkuno is a cheater and a player. He flirted with a girl and got consenting adults, but he was living with his kind of sort of girlfriend and didn't disclose it, which is nasty. He's an asshole, but calling him dangerous or a predator is a straight up defamatory statement. That word is heavily associated with pedophiles in everyone's mind and feels like an intentional buzzword to sensationalize this and do maximum damage, rather than an actual honest take from the heart. What seems to me should be the takeaway. The VTuber space needs to chill on being horny 24/7. True. We gotta stop ripping off our clothes and engage with we barely know. Streamers in general need to be more professional and be way more skeptical of other content creators in general.
It's not even just the VTuber space, right? It's just this hookup culture.
Money and fame are involved, people, women included, are willing to accept, even participate in some wildly sketchy shit because it'll be beneficial. I've seen so much diabolical shit from women and men in this space over the past 5 years, all in the name of pride, greed, lust, envy, etc. It's not even funny. Tons of streamers do predatory shit. Some of it gets condemned, but the vast majority gets accepted, rewarded, and fiercely defended. Also, big streamers almost never lift up smaller ones, except for me. That's all I do. So when a massive creator comes at
Thanks, Tectone.
you, bells should be ringing immediately. The VTuber space is an incredibly predatory space. Entire careers are built on inherently predatory dynamics for money and clout. The problem here is that he cheated on a girlfriend he didn't have the balls to break up with and wasn't completely honest with the girls who were serious and invested in the situation. Motive seemed lustful in nature, which is something we see everywhere, especially the VTuber scene, from a lot of women as well. Seems he wasn't coming from a space of romantic interest, it was just some lust from everyone all around. He's an asshole and a player, not a pedophile.
Oh my god, I didn't realize you could deposit fucking shards. Holy crap.
His girlfriend is the clear victim here. However, tons of streamers, women and men, are nasty and predatory. It should all be taken seriously, but it never ever is and likely never will be. Big truth news.
My face.
Big truth galaxy news. Zach. It's obvious he backhand channel with the victims. That's not a bad thing, IMO. I absolutely agree, as long as you disclose that in your hit pieces. It's also obvious that while Sykkuno is an obvious fuckboy, he was also obviously not a predator. I wish adult women would stop using the word predator to describe unfaithful guys. It waters down the word. Absolutely. Every woman who f***ed this dude knew he had side chicks. They gaslit them into thinking he would be the one. Women do this all the time with semi-famous or famous guys on stream.
It's competition. What is it? Like, Sykkuno's the cornucopia in the middle, and all the women are around, like in the Hunger Games. It just goes to show you, though, guys, you can be average, maybe a little below average. But if you got money and you got clout, women, they'll fight for you. They'll fight over you. They'll sabotage each other to get to you.
Or on Instagram, then cry the minute they realize he isn't going to commit to them. True. The
Yeah.
problem is they do more than cry. They get angry that they aren't picked as the one generate Google Doc or run their favorite simp ally, Muujin, for a coordinated hit piece documentary that borders on defamation. This is what a lawyer thinks, bordering on defamation. Sykkuno's Discord server just got nuked.
Oh.
End of an era. By the way, a lot of us have moved on to another server. Let me know if you want to join. Here's the
Really?
comments. The amount of buzzwords in this puke of a tweet just to describe what it comes down to. The simple word
Choo-choo.
cheater is hilarious. W powder. A woman didn't step in
thanks.
line. Better drop the simp card. There it is. Rev
I
says,
like Savvy. Savvy's fun.
Desu says, what? I had no viewers whatsoever and became desperate after trying everything to be relevant. You just tried to shit on another content creator by colluding with one of the worst Google Docs ever created, and you did this because you wanted to have the exclusivity for views. What did this girl promise you that you seem to be willing to ruin your reputation for? All
Yeah.
these spurgots really make you look like a condescending No. It makes you look like a predator. And if Muujin is so comfortable with calling people a predator and saying it's not a big deal, well, guess what the title of this video is? You say it's fair game to call someone a predator, then take your own advice. Muujin, I guess you will now, from this point forward and forever be known, you're a predator because you went on Powder knowing that she's a smaller content creator and you preyed victim on her. Pathetic, disgusting, and learn. Muujin, you used to be the fucking man. I don't know what's going on this past year, but you've turned on so many people who have had your back just in pursuit of e-girl pussy. And that shit is pathetic. And when the Google Doc comes on you, and you see all these people who say that you're friends, they're all gonna turn their back on you. And the ones who would have had your back, you stabbed in the back. And you know that's the goddamn truth. And that's a goddamn shame. May God have mercy on your soul. And Muujin, please, please get better. Go to therapy or something, man. That behavior is unwell.
True. Very true. Thank you, Tectone. Good video. Thanks for standing up for me, too. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone, for just calling him, like, even if you didn't defend me, like, thanks for just pointing out how much of an idiot he was.
If the worst
It was
tiefling? Oh, that's
incredibly
unfortunate.
weird to see. Felt like
This
he
would be
wanted
really
me
good if
to
I was a
be
tiefling and I had a
sexually
final
assaulted
item.
So that Muujin's narrative was stronger or something. No, bud. No. Not a victim here. Not a victim. I guess I'm smarter than a lot of other people, a lot of other women. I don't think I'm all that smart, but every day I'm proven wrong. I've not kept up, but seems Muujin is just crashing out. Yeah, I don't think he's said anything. Muujin hasn't said. He's been awfully quiet, hasn't he? Can we get a wellness check on Muujin? Muujin put out a statement. Let's read it. Okie dokie. Muujin made a statement. He said, "Some members of my community have reached out regarding a few concerns, and I want to make sure I properly address them before we fully move on from this topic. Look, I'm flattered that Himomal tweeted that she considers me a close friend, and I'm grateful for her trust. But the first time we spoke was on April 7th, so this narrative that the video was made as a favor to anyone is simply false." Whoa! Does Muujin have any friends? Oh no! Apparently she thought you were a friend. Ouch. Okay. Well, it wouldn't be the first time Muujin has, denounced a friend. So here we go. The truth is, Sykkuno's serial cheating and manipulation was only the tip of the iceberg, and I was hoping the video would encourage the many others who have stayed quiet for years to finally find the courage to talk about their experiences. Unfortunately, with the current state of affairs, that doesn't seem like it will happen anymore, even if they were to somehow fit the image of a perfect victim. I don't blame them whatsoever. Whatever, let's keep reading. I don't blame them whatsoever. Instead, I can only wish them the best, and I hope that his ex, who was cheated on for over 5 years, can find the peace that she deserves. As for me, I'll continue making videos that millions of people enjoy, and when prompted, I'll still strive to do the right thing, even if it's not trendy, because that's just how I was raised, and it's simply who I am. That will never change, no matter how many vultures try to desperately farm my name. That's crazy coming from a drama tuber. Man, you know, if you dish it, you gotta learn how to take it, man. You do. Welcome to what you do to other people. How does it feel? Thank you for being the best community I could ever ask for, and I'll see you in the next video, whenever that is. Muujin. Muujin, I didn't get a sorry. What gives? I told you guys that, though. I knew he wouldn't, I knew he wouldn't apologize. Yeah, he locked the replies. Why? This was a very predictable response. Yeah, definitely. Incredibly predictable. Bitch ass. Yeah, he's scared, I guess. He's scared of the criticism? Because, like, people can just quote tweet. Like, did he, like, address any concerns here? Because I'm still left with a crap ton of questions. Yeah. Dude, grow a spine. Your hit piece failed. You've destroyed multiple creators' lives to help out your friends. You did a hit piece to help Tectone and Braxophone, who both abused their exes. You're not the good guy. You're just a clout-chasing e-whore. You are a snake and a predator. Damn. This is what I'm saying, too. It's very interesting to see how the tables have turned for him.
How the turntables.
You have a lot of people who don't like Tectone, so they were just like okay with Muujin criticizing Tectone, but then when it came out that Muujin had been holding on to that information, and he admitted to holding on to that information about Tectone, and he didn't do anything about it, that pissed him off. But this is giving them more fuel to shit on him, Muujin, for his terrible coverage of the situation. And his crash out. I mean, I think his crash out just like goes to show that he is incredibly emotional. I feel like he needs an ego check, personally. Just based off of what I saw here. Like, as for me, I'll continue making videos that millions of people enjoy, and when prompted, I'll strive to do the right thing. Like, there doesn't seem... It just doesn't feel very humble, right? Turning off replies is a bitch move. Yeah. Well, and the thing is, you know, everyone flipping out on Twitter, like, that's not hitting him where it hurts. He's a YouTube guy, so that's why he brought up the like, vulture thing, right? He's like, oh, where is that? No matter how many vultures try to desperately farm my name. Sounds like, you know, the people making YouTube videos about him are making him feel pretty bad. You took down the mini boss? Wait, who's the big boss? Wait, who am I going after next? To be honest, guys, the key takeaway from something like this is be careful of VTubers. There's, yeah, where's my tinfoil hat? Let's put that on. Hopefully it fits my fat head. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Powder needs a detective trench coat and a fedora. You know what I do have? I do have some detective stuff, actually. I have, like, a, my little... spyglass. What's going on here? Detective Powder at your service. I guess? I had a guess, right? That, like, Muujin and co, or Mal and co, didn't reach out to the girlfriend, because I just had a hard time imagining that someone would want their private life like that. But also, because Sykkuno cheated,
don't.
Maybe the girlfriend did want, you know, this sort of, like, cancellation campaign to happen. Those were all these questions, like, circulating. But now we know that she was not spoken to. Yikes. Also, it just goes to show that all these people hiding behind the, oh, I'm just trying to help out the girlfriend. You don't realize that your actions just fucked up her real life even more. Because now, not only is she dealing with her boyfriend, who
BRB? Okay. Impromptu lunchtime. Well, we are back. What is this? 2 messages? I'm gonna check. I'll check this in a second.
Who cheated on her, but now she has to deal with the internet, the general public coming in, judging her relationship, and she's getting flooded with a bunch of information. Who knows if it's like true or not?
That alert gets me every time.
A lot of it has been debunked. What are we doing? What are we doing? The reason we're doing this is because Sykkuno released a message at 10:14 this morning. It already has 3.5 million views. Jesus Christ. Okay, so people are asking like, oh, did they talk to the girlfriend? They didn't talk to the girlfriend about the expose. What they did talk to the girlfriend about was Sykkuno being unfaithful. And this is where Bao came into play, right? Is because of this controversial tweet. We don't see much of the conversation between the girlfriend and Bao, but this is, again, a cropped screenshot we can see here, where the girlfriend says, "Hey Bao, I'm sorry to bother you with this, but I heard something recently that was a bit concerning, and I thought I would just come ask you about it. I heard that there was an instance of Sykkuno trying to get VTuber girls up to his hotel room to drink with them, and that the tweet you made about being cautious of large male streamers showering you with gifts attention was about him in regards to him doing it to one of your friends. One of Bao's friends. So now we have a connection, right? Bao is somehow connected to Sykkuno via an experience with one of her friends. Bao told me that 3 days before I contacted her and her mod, Sykkuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile. After Sykkuno somehow managed to convince her that it was all a huge misunderstanding. So, when I read something like this, it's like, okay, Bao talked to the girlfriend, right? On the 24th of March. And their conversation led to the girlfriend deciding to try and reconcile with Sykkuno about it. So the girlfriend was like, okay, now that I know about his unfaithfulness, I am going to go and talk to him. We are going to figure this out.
On that screenshot, open Google Doc, paste it, and press the crop image. You will see the rest of the text that is hidden.
Wait, really? Press copy? Wait, I can do that? Oh, I can see more. Oh, okay, let's see if it's relevant. This is what was cropped. Okay, but let's see if it's any, like, let's see if it's... enhance. Here is the added part. I just wanted to know if it was true or if I was misinformed. I'd rather hear the truth if you do know something, but I'm really sorry for coming to you with such a weird question. Not trying to start anything. I just really wanted to know if something was happening that I'm not aware about. I understand a lot of he said, she said rumors go around, but it was just something that was concerning me. I wanted to ask you. Thank you so much. I also wasn't told when or how long ago this was, but that it was something they heard. Sorry again, I'm not trying to drag you into anything. I just really want to know if that was true or not. Okay, so. It's essentially, again, the girlfriend reaching out. She's concerned. Apparently there's a rumor going around where Sykkuno was involved with one of Bao's friends. We don't know the story on that.
What's the temperature gonna be like today? 'Cause I feel like
how many girls
I
have
feel
come
a sick
forward?
fucking breeze
I don't
right now.
freaking know. Like 5, 6? I don't know.
Don't say
The
7.
number just keeps growing. But anywho, so now we have some more context. But it's just essentially her being concerned. Do you think she even knew that they would take her DM and put it? They just like took her DM and put it into this document, and they didn't even talk to her.
Oh, it's
And
actually
this
decent.
Bao
Okay.
gave this to Mal, mind you, because this is a message to Bao, right? Hey Bao, this is from the girlfriend. So Bao gave this to Mal. Someone says, Mal gave that to Bao. What? They're redacting the girlfriend here. One guy, am I getting one guide? This is from the girlfriend to Bao. You guys, stop being idiots. That's dumb. You're a dumb chatter. You're dumb. Bao took this DM and gave it to Mal. And Mal took the DM and put it in her document. Anyway, moving on. And this is where Mal gets in a call with Sykkuno and then is like, oh, well, we can still hang out. Duh. What? You're grilling this guy for cheating on his girlfriend, and you're still wanting to be in contact with him. What is this? You also had sexual relations with this guy. You sent nudie photos. Nudie photos. Like, I just don't see what reality you stay even friends, to be honest. Like, if Sykkuno and his girlfriend are going to be together, I can't imagine that you would still be allowed to be his friend, right? Because the girlfriend would be extremely uncomfortable with that, and not only that, Sykkuno would probably be extremely uncomfortable now after this whole, like, blow up, right? That's crazy. Because the girlfriend decided that she was going to solve this issue privately, they said, that's not good enough for me. Instead, I'm going to make this Google Doc. And then someone, Mal, Bao, or someone contacted Muujin and was like, hey, Muujin, I got this juicy story. Here you go. And then he made a whole video, dropped it, monetized it, and he's profiting off of other people's misfortune, trying to hide behind, oh, I'm doing this for the girlfriend. I'm doing this for the victims. Victims, which, you know, is up for debate for a lot of people. But let's be honest, the ex-girlfriend is the victim here. And if anything, Muujin, she is a victim of you. You putting out this expose video, getting 1 million views off of it, profiting off of her relationship and her, I would even say, trauma from her boyfriend cheating on her. What the fuck are you doing? Sorry, I got mad. The audacity of Muujin to call other people vultures, and then to put out a, yeah, and in that same statement to just be like, I was raised to do the right thing, so I'm going to do that. You fucked up. You fucked up. You and your buddies here, all of these people involved who didn't talk to the girlfriend about making her life public, you suck. You suck. Like, yeah, I get it, okay? Sykkuno's lying about being single. Sykkuno cheated on his girlfriend. But, like, did anyone have a thought about how this would affect her? No, because they wanted the views. They wanted the clicks. They wanted the sympathy. They are doing this for selfish reasons. They're selfish. God! Evil! You're evil! You guys are evil! Anyways, here's Sykkuno's apology. So his apology says, I would like to apologize to everyone I have disappointed. Most of all, to my girlfriend. I am so sorry I put you through so much. I never want to make these mistakes again and hurt you and the people I care about. I was unfaithful, and I own and fully admit to that, okay? I lied to people and told them I was single, which I know is not right. I'm sorry to all of the people I hurt by doing this. The following is not an attempt to minimize what I have done. However, I have seen false accusations about me that are not true. I cannot allow false accusations and such extreme labels to be placed on me. I do understand that the people making these claims did it from a place of hurt, so please do not send any more hate to anyone. That's a nice thought, Sykkuno. Unfortunately, probably not gonna happen. Now that this is a public problem, that's probably not gonna happen. But, you know, you can say that, right? You can say that, but you know how people are, right? I just want the situation to get better, and I wish them the best. My girlfriend and I didn't respond quickly because we were already working on our relationship and communication before this all happened. That tracks. That tracks too. That tracks in this document because, again, the girlfriend reached out to Bao about his unfaithfulness. So that tracks. And then it also says, Bao told me 3 days before I contacted her mod, Sykkuno and his girlfriend were trying to reconcile. So they were trying to solve this behind the scenes already. My girlfriend and I didn't respond because we were already working on our relationship and communication before this all happened. Having so much
it's the
private
same hammer I already
information
have.
exposed to the
It
public
is.
has made it incredibly difficult for us to heal together. Right. Because now it's like, who... Every day was like a new person, right? Oh, look what he sent me. Look what he sent me. This is what he did. And then you have stories about people having consensual sex and you regretting it. Why would you post that? That's fucking weird.
So instead, I just gave him oral. Okay?
Now that shit is on the internet forever, and any future partner of yours is going to see that and be like, what the fuck? Not only is it weird to expose your sex life like that just for the entirety of the internet, but it's also weird from any future partner's perspective, right? Because they're going to see that in a moment of drama or weakness, you might be the person to go and make a video and insinuate that they assaulted you. What guy is going to like that? Like, what guy is going to trust you? Bonkers. Bonkers, right? Bonkers. And it's just so weird to try and say like, oh, I don't sleep with anyone I'm not in a relationship with, so I just give them a blowjob. So you just give blowjobs to like friends, to strangers? Not a good look. What the fuck are you doing? Also, you can't even claim that because you did have sex with someone you weren't in a relationship with. Dude, what are you doing? Also, like, please think about these things before you release these stories. Write something down. Double check it. Like, check it twice. Like Santa. Like, look at what you're like about to say and be like, is this a good idea? It's going to be on the internet forever. Like, whatever. No well-adjusted man is going to look at that and be like, yeah, I like her. I want to be with her. Let's keep going. This is kind of fun. I like my little tinfoil hat and my little spyglass. I will be taking a break from streaming and the internet to better myself and give us the time we need to try and improve our relationship. Thank you for reading, and I will continue to learn and grow from this experience. Now, as far as I'm aware, this is Sykkuno's first big drama. This is like his first big blow up. So like, while I think that he would be okay to like start streaming tomorrow or to like go and post a YouTube video and like he would still like do well numbers wise and financially, I know that oftentimes during these controversies and during this drama, it's like, oh god, my heart. And especially with another person involved too, right? Like the girlfriend. There's two people in this relationship, right? So they gotta figure out what the fuck's going on. So, yeah. I guess the break is probably for the best. Maybe that'll give them time to like figure out what the hell they're doing. Maybe at the end of this, they'll decide to break up, right? But that's kind of like up to them, right? He did say he will be taking a break from streaming and the internet, but who knows how long. Anywho, second part is my girlfriend wanted to share her experience. Below is a message written by her, which again, I saw some people saying, I don't even believe that she wrote this. she's still on Twitter. She's there, by the way. She didn't just like poof out of existence. She could easily just come forward and be like, yeah, I didn't write this. Sykkuno's a big fat liar. I think that's silly, guys. I think it's more likely
Yeah, it's actually
that
a fair point.
the boyfriend and her that lived together made this statement together. So I'm just
that is actually a
inclined
fair
to
point to
believe
call out.
that she did play a part in this. I think if anything, people are like talking about her decision. because-
Actually, I wouldn't have doubted it's really coming from her either because of how fucking stupid it is. So like the very nature of it being as retarded as it is of a message, I by default kind of believe that it's the real person. Because only a fucking retard would say what the hell she just said in light of everything that's just happened.
Because again, like, after learning that he cheated on her, she approached him and then decided that they were going to try to reconcile. She didn't decide to just like cut him off then and there. She's giving it some time because I heard that they've been in a relationship since, what was it, I think it was 2021. So for like 5 years they've been in a relationship. So that's rough, you know? That's rough. Not everyone can just like cut it, right? And just pack up and leave. Some people like are gonna talk. They're gonna talk, right? They've been in this relationship for 5 years. They're gonna talk. They're gonna have questions. Anyway, I'd understand it if like they haven't been in a relationship for a long time, but being in a relationship for 5 years, there's a lot of, you know, a lot there, a lot of memories, a lot of feelings, and you gotta confront it. And it sucks that like they weren't even given the privacy and time to like work it out between themselves. Instead, it had to become this giant public issue because all these girls
good, he's coming out.
decided that her trying to figure it out privately is not the way to go. Instead, I will decide for her. Oh my god. Okay. What the fuck? Anyways, this is the girlfriend's statement, which is, by the way, longer than Sykkuno's message. It says, "Hi there. I want to start by saying thank you to those who have been checking on me and wishing me well during such a difficult time. It's been extremely heartbreaking to learn everything I know now, and going through this has been one of the hardest things I've ever been put through in my life. I've been tossed around from all sides. Me and my reality have been continuously shattered." Dude, she can't trust anyone, right? Her boyfriend cheated on her. The people she talked to used her for a doc and video expose, took her messages. Oh my gosh. It's so sad, right? That's so sad that she trusted these people. Anyway, though no matter how broken I am, I never wanted this to be public. It deeply hurts me that I wasn't given a choice in that, or even just warned that this would be happening at all. I didn't want this. Ugh. Even after the fact, I wish they would have at least checked in on me. Or asked me how I felt about everything. So the doc was released 6 days ago. The video was released 6 days ago.
Let me get her out.
You're telling me that they did not even check on her or ask her how she but I haven't heard any. Everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. Yep. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work through things in private. This has just added another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. It's made it so much harder for me to cope. Prior to all of this becoming public, we were already making changes to improve our relationship. And while I could have chosen to leave, I ultimately made the decision to stay with the hopes of repairing our relationship together. And that tracks again, once again, because in the Sykkuno, in this document, Bao told her about the unfaithfulness and she decided to reconcile. So even, what, April 4th? When there was or whatever. We don't have a date on it, but it says Bao and her mod put me in a group chat with Sykkuno's girlfriend where I would share all of the screenshots you see above. So Mal, Bao, and her mod and the girlfriend were all talking to each other. She was horrified and then she left. The girlfriend left the group chat. And I guess they just like couldn't deal with that. They couldn't like leave it alone. They decided to go and do this. Ugh. Even though all of the things I've learned are incredibly disappointing
I'm starting to
and shocking,
understand
I don't
where
think they are
Powder's outrage
irredeemable.
kind of
It's
came
been hard
from
handling
after the
things
fact now.
unfolding this way, but I believe this will be a step in the right direction. I mean, their relationship, we don't know like the inner workings of it, but yeah, I mean, it kind of sounds like she is going to stay, or they're still figuring it out. I mean, knowing what she knows, it's you know, you know, choosing to stay. Okay, all right, you know, that's up to you. Just, you know, that's your
Know
relationship.
what you're
You can
getting
figure it out from
into.
there, right? It's possible she still breaks up. A lot of people stay together after cheating, but the lack of trust remains long term and they can't handle it. Right. I think
This is the thing, like, like the rest of this shit has to play out privately, because publicly she's gonna receive no sympathy moving forward. Now that she's like willfully choosing to stay exactly where she is in light of all the information she currently has. Like, the hard part is already done of proving that the infidelity happened. She has that in the bag like a million times over. And despite that, she's still choosing to stay with that situation. So now moving forward, if anything else happens, you know, obviously that's like non-fatal, non-lethal, and like not harmful. But like if a situation devolves even worse with infidelity, she's gonna receive no sympathy because she chose to stay with, you know, the infidel.
I could see that. Like, this all happened within like 2 weeks. Her like finding out about the unfaithfulness and then like this blowing up, like it's just made the whole situation so messy that they haven't even had a chance to be private about it, figure it out together. Now you're like, oh god, here's another wrench in the situation. Now I have to address the public, right? And I have seen that where people have had partners who cheat and then they'll like, again, stay together for a little bit longer, but inevitably it like doesn't work out in the long run. But the people deciding to do this, like the people deciding to make this document and make this video, they're trying to like speed run her decision by making it messier and making it harder and more difficult. Like, it's really annoying to me that because those people they don't know the inner workings of this relationship, that they are getting so involved in it because they were like a one-night stand, or they were like sexting for 2 months. And it's like, you're gonna go in to this like 5-year relationship and determine how it should be run? Also, you're gonna try and stay in contact with the guy who cheated on his girlfriend and like talk about second chances here? Like, it just feels very messy, especially with Mal when she was talking to Sykkuno on the 27th and they agreed to be friends. Mal expressed that she still had feelings for him. Like, she still had these like deeper feelings for him. So like, Anyway, she ends the message with time, I hope everyone can focus on healing and being better versions of themselves. And that's it. That's the end.
I don't
Holy
think
what?
many people are considering these girls were somewhat begging for money. I wonder how many other guys they might be doing the same thing with, especially given that one of them has a Patreon with a $616 a month subscription that's sold
I
out.
didn't even think about that. That there could be other.
I hate this because I don't want to think that people are just evil. I just hate thinking that way. But it very well could be that this
Holy
was
power.
an
You can make
effort
any weapon
for,
radiant. That's
the
fucking cool.
Patreon money. I just don't like thinking like that. I don't like thinking like that, but there are
People-
genuinely evil people out there.
Yes.
And what sucks so much about this situation is that it happens time and time again that these girls do this and they go without any sort of consequence, without any sort of like
I forgot. I gotta
real-life
bail on this.
consequence.
I
Because to
always
them,
make this
this
mistake where I
stuff
go into the
is
camp
just internet
when I have
stuff.
all the
They don't
evidence to
have
accuse
worry about
Koga
being
to get
in,
the
like,
extra quest
close
completion.
proximity and dealing with the consequences of like the fallout from it, like you know, back then when you were like being a whore in your village, you were ostracized, you were made fun of, people like talked about you, they didn't like you. But now this sort of thing is okay, and this is celebrated. And
Let me get
the
that other
more we
spell on page
enable
1.
these bad behaviors, the more people are going to push what they can get away with. They're going to keep pushing it. Pushing this bad behavior. What else can I do? What else can I get away with? Oh, and you throw in money? Money? Which just adds, you know, greed. I'm not even religious, but you could just like talk about like the sinfulness of it, right? If you're religious, it's just absolutely disgusting. I just sucks, man. What a shit situation.
My only thought to these revelations, repeal the 19th.
Yeah. Oh, you know what makes me mad about this too? Is that a lot of these chicks are VTubers. Like, VTubers are not beating the mentally ill allegations.
Nope.
God damn it. I knew that there were a lot of whores in the VTubing community, but you're gonna tell me that you're also, like, severely mentally ill at the same time?
Same thing, bitch.
Fuck! Like, choose a struggle, you know? No, you just have both. You have both. This is what I said. I said this, so I told you guys, you know, I read this before stream, and then I did decide to comment on it. And I said, Bao, Mal, and Muujin, shame on you. You had people believing you cared about the real victim in this situation, the girlfriend. You did not care. You did this because you were selfish. You put money above the safety and well-being of the girlfriend. This isn't just internet drama. Your actions can and will fuck up someone's real life. The girlfriend already knew about the infidelity and chose to work through it in private, and you knew this. Were you just mad she didn't leave him? You had to go collude and cause a fit for the whole public to see? You guys are nasty people. That's what I had to say. Even, yeah, Tectone commented, I cannot believe the levels that Bao, Mal, and Muujin stoop to. These people aren't human. They don't think this is real life. They just pursue clicks, likes, and money. Absolutely disgusting behavior. This was their business and no one else's. Muujin, take the video down. I think there's gonna be other people asking for that too. But
And then
honestly,
he did.
I don't know. Tomorrow morning, or is Tectone gonna do a late Rumble stream? I'm not sure. But you know that he yells, right? We watched a Tectone video not too long ago. I feel like this is something that he will start screaming about. And I want to see it. You know, I want to watch it.
He's a predator!
I just find it so freaking funny when he starts screaming. So, we'll see. We'll see what he does about it. I don't know. Maybe things are more obvious to me than they are to other people, but knowing that these three played a big part in the Sykkuno and girlfriend drama, I mean, I feel like that's pretty clear, right? You're exposing all of them? Well, to be fair, a lot of them did it themselves. Like, they came forward and decided to make these statements, and then they got absolutely roasty toasted by the internet, by people who aren't dumb, you know? The smart people started being like, there's something weird here. I'm gonna start questioning this. Yeah, so someone said, Leaflet replied, oh, it was 11 minutes ago. She said, the absolute aura to put their names straight up without using @ knowing it will get to them anyway. Absolute legend elf.
What a good gift.
I mean, I just, obviously, I've been growing a significant amount on Twitter, which is really nice. So my tweets, they tend to circulate. But, also, I know these damn bitches are terminally online. I know that they're looking at this apology and they're probably loving that people are like focused on the oh, why is she even staying with the cheater? That's weird and blah blah blah. No, that's too easy. How about we talk about the people who started this whole fiasco? I think that there needs to be some consequences there. Thanks for the compliment, Leaflet. Apparently just mentioning the name Muujin, an unreliable narrator, in the same sentence causes crash outs. Causes one of the most glorious crash outs I've seen in the VTuber space. I just love that he made himself look like a fucking weirdo. Like he's like schizo posting.
When the darkest hour fell, it was us that brought
and people are like, whoa, who knew? Who knew? A lot of it, like, you know what these people get wrong about me? You know what these people get wrong about me? Is that, yeah, sure. A lot of people don't like me. A lot of people don't like my opinions. A lot of people don't like my politics. But there are a significant amount of people that do. And the people that I talk to and the people that I attract are the same types of people that have been wronged by this system, by their country, by their fellow people, and they're tired of it. And they're not gonna let you get away with labeling them and lying about them. No, it's about time we fought back and didn't silence ourselves because we're afraid of conflict. Nope, not afraid of conflict anymore, you dumb bitches. It's about time some people started fighting back. You don't get to win. You suck. Look at what you do to people. You are not the winners here. You're evil. Evil. You are my enemy, and you deserve to be destroyed. These people don't care. They only care about themselves. They care about money. Bad people. Powder, whenever you overthrow the VTubing community, can we get a national holiday for being white? Yeah. We gotta start small. We'll start with the VTubing community. We'll work our way up. Only reason Powder managed to resist Sykkuno was due to her racism.
No denial.
I mean, it's true that I've never dated outside of my race.
Alright. Got the refresh. Do I feel like blackpilling this early? I really don't, but... Wait, what? Oh, since 2020. Yeah, I guess we'll go one black pill, then we'll try to run off a few white pills. Hmm? Uh-oh. Okay, we got quite a bit right now all of a sudden. I should see the rest of this video, but I don't know. I'll see how I feel. He always does good work, genuinely. Oh. Oh, no.
New report shows that Los Angeles Fire Department has responded to more than 75,000 fires related to the homeless and the homeless encampments since 2020. Firefighters are desperately sounding the alarm that the homeless are taking far too much of their resources that have already spread dangerously thin. But it's tough to hear Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass insisting on that the homelessness is down. And again, I said this before, this is absolutely cocked because you're telling me that California citizens, they paid all of this money in taxes, and they're like a freaking crackhead. I need more taxes. I need a little bit more money. If you give us a little bit more money, we'll solve the homeless problem. Rana says, yeah, we should be wasting less money if we just gave them money directly. Oh, yeah, for sure. It's ridiculous. Cali is spending something like 170K per year per... What? No way. Malcolm, no way. Cali is spending 170,000 per year per homeless person? Dude, they're stealing the money. There's no way. They're stealing. How is that possible? What the? How is that like, what the heck is that? How is that even possible, man? They're stealing it. They've got to be stealing it. There's no way. No way. They're giving it to their friends. They're giving it to their friends for contract. Google says based on 2021, 22 data, California spent approximately 42K per homeless person annually. This figure represents state level housing assistance, health services, and administration for Oh my goodness.
Oh, now you do that?
That's what they keep doing. They keep saying, like, give us a little bit more money. Give us a little bit more money. It'll solve everything if you give us more money. Like, it's so cocked. Guys, you cannot... Listen, you cannot give money to the government. The government are a bunch of anti-spiral freaks. You cannot give them money, because if you give them money, any money that you give them, just imagine 80% of it evaporates. In fact, it's worse. It's actually worse than that. 80% of that money gets used by them for themselves to enrich themselves and their fucking Quango faction. That's what it does. They take that money, they give it to themselves, and they use it against you. It's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. They use it to enrich their friends, and then their friends get enriched. Their friends then use that money against your own interests to like bolster themselves and their power in the government. It's ridiculous. It's crazy.
You once called me a monster.
And this is why taxes are ass.
Seems I've proven
This is why.
right.
Dude.
I was thinking.
And like California has some of the highest taxes, and like they spend so much money on this, and you're telling me this is the result? The result is like even more homelessness. How are people okay with this? How are they okay with this? This is so ridiculous.
Are often small and stopped, but sometimes they spread. A family was devastated last month after they suspected squatters next door started a fire that then spread to their Larchmont home, destroying it and killing their 2 dogs who were inside.
Oh.
So kick them out and did nothing, and then my house burned and my dogs are dead. It's stories like this that have Sydney Johnson deeply worried.
Kuri Katsuna, thank you.
Have you ever seen school children walking by one of
Give
these
me a second.
fires?
Oh, our building contains an after-school program, so that answers the question.
Jesus Christ.
Hammond fires are
See, and this is why, so it's not a laughing matter and it's not a thing to joke about, but this is why there's so many memes. There's so many fire-based memes when it comes to Cali and like them not having water and all kinds of jokes about it. This is exactly why.
Westlake apartment building.
Like, how is this
And now
possible?
many of the palm trees in his neighborhood, including
You pay this money to get your shit burned down? Like, what is this?
schools bear the scars.
And on this building here, you can even see char marks marking where some of these fires were. Cindy says he saw one fire right here.
By the way, this is real. If you think this is like some kind of, misrepresentation of like, they specifically took a area in California, that's no. All of the cities in California are like this. You see this freaking homeless shanty town on the side of the sidewalk? This is everywhere in California. Like, actually, if you go to Los Angeles and you go downtown, you will see that it is like this everywhere there. And then you have people shitting on the streets, pissing on the streets. I saw a dude with a ball of shit hanging out of his pants. And then I saw another guy having a seizure on the street because he took some drugs. Yeah. It's real. This is real. This is a real thing. And you are paying money for this. It's crazy. You're paying money for this. Lots of videos proving that. Yeah, go look it up yourself. I don't have to prove it to you because you can it's everywhere. It's everywhere. California looks like this. I'm from there. Take it from me. Even when I was there, it looked like this. And it's worse now. Cali feels like a zombie invasion sometimes. It really does. It really does. Dude, Malcolm, I was there the other day. And I was going to get food with my mom. And there was a homeless person getting in a fight with a street sign. And I remember looking at my mom and be like, I wish I had a gun right now. Because I used to carry a gun in California, but I can't anymore. Who won? Dude, I don't know. I got the hell out of there. And like, I've had cases where, like, I remember I was in San Diego going to a diner, and I just had some random, like psycho, like homeless person just shouting like angrily. And he was like walking towards me. And I was like, man, I really wish I had a gun right now. Like, think about how crazy this is. Not only do they cuck you by making you pay all this money and not solving the problem, but then they tell you can't defend yourself on top of it. If that isn't cucked, I don't know what is. I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what you could call it.
That even damaged the cars that were parked along the street.
Tony Brown runs the after-school program Ola across the street.
My concern is that one of our kids, one of our family members, get seriously injured, and we're not just putting out the fire, but
Who the
even
fuck
worse,
is
right?
Lethan?
We're carrying them away in paramedics.
These fires can be explosive, injuring both the homeless.
Like, who does this help? Like, chat, who does this help? Who does this help? And it's like, do you not care about the homeless people? Leave it. No, I care about the homeless people, but you know who I care about more? The people who are law-abiding and aren't lighting fires. The people who aren't screaming at people in public. That's who I care about more. Sorry. My bad. That's who I care about more, though. You know, God forbid I would want, children to be able to walk outside with their parents and not have to worry about some homeless person shanking them. I mean, like, dude, my bad. Maybe I'm a terrible person.
and the LAFD. A firefighter had to get his ear sewn back on in 2024 after an explosion at an Encino encampment.
Typically, we'll see combustible metals, flammable liquids, gasoline, diesel, and a lot of times these lithium-ion batteries. So it's inherently dangerous for ourselves as well as the public.
LAFD Battalion Chief Joel Perma oversees Fire Station 46 in South LA. In just the past 5 years, that station has had to raise to 78 fires at
We want to lower homeless suffering, but they're not super relevant to the long-term course of human civilization. I find it crazy that they think that this existence is better than like actually having them in an institution. And like obviously I don't mean like we should like shock them and torture them and all that. You know, obviously like we should treat them well, but isn't that a much better use of money? I mean, than having them literally out here terrorizing everybody? Like it doesn't make sense. Like if you have the money anyway, if you're gonna spend the money anyway, then like why not just put them somewhere where like, you know, literally put them in a box where like they can do whatever they want inside, away from everybody else. Like, why have them just running around everywhere doing all of these things? Like, it's crazy. Did you know this? By the way, did you know, Malcolm, did you know this? That there was an outbreak of the bubonic plague in Los Angeles because of this? Did you know that? The bubonic plague? What the fuck? The bubonic plague? Are you kidding me?
Already turned
yeah. The plague. The plague came back for a short amount of time because of this.
Weapons and
yeah.
No judgment, no right and wrong, just good deals. And
Such a cursed thread to pull.
That problem.
One cuckoo's nest and caused them to shut down the institution to say, and then it replaced them with something else that they never got to that stage. Dude, for real, man. The plague, the bubonic plague. I bet you I could find something on that. Hold on. Bubonic plague lost. Yeah, California. Bubonic plague, California, 2025.
A resident in South Lake Tahoe, California, has tested positive for the plague.
I don't think this is the one.
According to local health officials, the person infected is believed to have been bitten by an infected flea while camping and is currently
No, that's not the one. It was specifically in Skid Row. Let me see, but bubonic plague Skid Row.
Not really, no.
Oh, we can't watch this,
But the
guys.
Black Network pays
Oh
like for
my
like.
god,
But
it's
for
a
now,
video of
I
a
see no
person
reason
with
we can't
bubonic
make a
plague. Holy crap. Dude, it looks so bad. That's what it looks like? Oh my goodness. I can't show it. It's too nasty. Yeah, I'm not showing this on screen. Dude, that is... Oh my goodness. That is horrific. That's terrible.
Thanks for sparing that.
Encampment on King Boulevard beneath the Harbor Freeway overpass. Our data shows that is the spot with the most encampment fires. An ambulance had to be sent to each one of those fires, leaving farther away firefighting EMTs to respond to nearby medical calls.
It looks terrible.
Are busy as could be right now, and to add all these additional calls, it's tough on the fire department as far as morale.
And the LAFD says that's how response times get driven up. When one fire station is responding to one of these fires, engines and ambulances...
Yeah, and by the way, this costs money. So, like, not only are we... Guys, listen to this. Not only are we spending money, okay? Not only are we spending money on supposedly taking care of these homeless people to try to, quote-unquote, solve the homelessness crisis, now you're paying extra money in property damages, extra money in firefighting. It's ridiculous. Extra money in policing. Like, you're just spending more money for everything. Like, the amount of money is probably insane that they're spending like per person when they could just they could just put them in the box. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just being real. Like, what if we set up something for them and I don't know, like some country that would like to. Like, I don't know, Mexico or El Salvador or something like that. And we just outsource it to them. They'd probably want that money. Just have them handle it. Like I'm just being real. Like, why don't we do something like that? Or even build it ourselves? If you want to build it ourselves, you can do it that way. probably be more efficient.
From other stations help cover them and their calls, and that slows the whole system down. Fire departments.
And again, it's not that I hate these homeless people. It's that this is cruel. This is even more cruel than putting them in a box. Like literally out there getting diseases, like exposed to the elements, like shit getting lit on fire and exploded, like people getting stabbed all over the place. Like this is cruel. This is cruel to them, and it's to us. Yes, this is the problem, right? Is these people, these Quangos, whenever they consider harm, they don't think about innocent people. For some reason, like their capability of understanding harm is so one-dimensional that they can only think of, oh, well, look at the sad person you put in jail. Yeah, but you want to know why we put him in jail? Because of all of the innocent people that they're ruining their lives. All of the innocent people trying to go about living their lives, and they have to deal with these freaks. Like, I'm just being honest. Like, they have to deal with, like, mentally ill people that are harassing them constantly. Like, getting in a fight with a sign. Like, who feels safe around that? Like, and you want to know the real problem? You want to know the big problem with this? This is the big problem. Okay, where do you think this leads? So like, let's go from here. Where does this lead from here? Because if this keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse, you're gonna have someone come along. You know, for all of the people that talk about, you know, mustache painter man, where do you think this goes? Right? If you keep letting the rule of law, if you keep not upholding the rule of law, you keep letting individual people get affected by this kind of stuff constantly. People that just want to exist, want to live their lives, law-abiding citizens that are under the tyranny of this psychopathic tyranny, right? What do you think is gonna happen? One day, you're gonna have a mustache man who's gonna come along and say, hey, guess what? Give me all your rights, let's solve this. And you're gonna have a lot of people say, you know what? I'm kind of fed up with it. You know, I'm kind of fed up. Like, I'm kind of over it. You know, all of this shit, all the crime, you know, my store getting broken into, paying like these insanely high taxes, like, you know, dealing with gangs, dealing with fires, dealing with all these homeless people. You know, I'm kind of, you know, all these like, you know, all these crackheads in the government that are, you know, abusing everything. You know, I'm kind of over it. I think it's time for a change. And you're gonna have people vote for someone like Mustache Man. I'm just being real. They're gonna vote for some authoritarian that promises that they're gonna solve everything.
They need to know they're in danger.
That's how it happens. I'm just being real.
Yep. And the likelihood is, if the day comes where that actually does happen, that person in question is very much going to be blue and not at all red. Which means it's going to be a massive overcorrection. Actually, not even an overcorrection, because overcorrection implies that there will be a correction in the first place. It means the actions that you need to basically address the real problem are going to be aimed at the complete wrong target. And then the problem is going to magnify, and then everything basically collapses.
Across the country, aim for response times.
Sorry, I'll read all the alerts after this.
4 minutes. But get this, the LAFD averages more than 5 minutes to structure fires and more than 7 minutes, 30 seconds to EMS calls, Mark and Michelle.
And of course, every second counts when you're talking about a medical situation.
And you have these people clogging up the medical emergency system, which is probably causing law-abiding citizens to die. But like, actually.
Don't go bothering.
So they sent you a huge amount of data. I mean, this is a lot. Do we have any sense of how many of these 75,000 homeless encampment-related fires were serious?
All right, Mark, so this data doesn't tell us the seriousness.
The authoritarians are the ones causing all of this too, to get the power they want? Yes. Yes. These anti-spiral fucks. That's what I've been saying. That's what I've been... That's what I've been saying, man. Like these quangos.
At each one of those fires, but it did.
They're messing with all of us.
Down by type. Now, the vast majority of these fires over the past 5 years have been listed as rubbish fires, but not all. More than 1,200 were some sort of building or structure fire. 1,900.
Rana said this is why it's really important to study the interwar period between World War I and World War II. Yeah.
A joy to see a familiar face.
Uh-huh.
I guarantee the story of your daring rescue of my person.
You mean like study actual history and try to like use that to understand what's going on?
Smashing. I'll slip.
Yeah. That's the point of history. But nobody's doing it. Like, what are we even doing? Like,
as a vehicle or RV fire, and nearly 2,000 were listed as some sort of brush, grass, or wildfire. And Mark and Michelle, of course, we know how dangerous those wildfires can be.
Who the fuck is Leafit?
Yeah, they don't.
That is so insane. My goodness. Rognar, thank you for the 100. Let's not call them homeless. Let's call them the way they are, ferals. You're not wrong. Raiden, thank you so much for the... Well, the thing is Rognar usually coincides with mental illness, right? It's like kind of like a little bit of both, usually. And yeah. Raiden, thank you so much for the bits as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for the 15. UNSC Saratoga, thank you for the 500 bits. Part of the problem is that every few months, California bans baits and traps that exterminators like myself use to trap and kill rats. It exacerbates all of those problems, and I've seen the direct impact of it firsthand, as facilities and homes basically get overrun with rodents. Because I'm not allowed to do my job anymore because Gavin Newsom wants to pretend to be doing something. We are going to start having yearly outbooks of the hantavirus. What in the heck? UNSC Saratoga. Is it like, I wonder what the reason is, like some kind of environmental reason or something like that. Malcolm says like letting the ghouls in 10 Penny Tower. Man, it is so crazy.
So put them in the box, let the walls be.
Okay, so it seems that there's been a little bit of an update on the whole Sykkuno situation in terms of the response and also the response from Bao, which recently came out, which we covered in the last video. If you guys want to go back and look at that, we essentially go through the entire 10-minute kind of stream that she did, talking about her kind of involvement with the whole Sykkuno, like Google Docs stuff, and knowing about all of the stuff that's going on with him cheating on his girlfriend and this kind of stuff, right? And again, yeah, this was the response that Sykkuno put out with his girlfriend, and yeah, a lot of people are pretty mad. And we've also covered, obviously, people mad at Muujin as well, and as well as Himamo, and a lot of the people involved within actually kind of putting out this Google Doc and making the information public, when it's pretty clear here that the girlfriend didn't want any of this to go public at all. And now we're going to go through a lot of the kind of fan responses, I say fan responses, just people watching on responses, especially in the VTubing space, that are kind of reacting to this. Now, obviously, this first post, people are saying people are now wondering if the DMs between Bao and Sykkuno's girlfriend were real. Now, of course, she did confirm that, you know, she did message her and talk to her about like moving out and whatever, you know, in her response. But yeah, people have been bringing up this Muujin post, obviously saying, instead, I can only wish them the best, and I hope that his ex, who was cheated on for over 5 years, can find the peace that she deserves. And then obviously here is the girlfriend's response. Obviously he says ex here, by the way, which that's actually very interesting. I never even realized that. Muujin obviously believed that it was his ex-girlfriend, which just isn't the case, which kind of reveals even more how little maybe he knew about the situation, because obviously, you know, the girlfriend states here that, you know, she is still with him, that they're still working on it, and that they haven't broken up, right?
Honestly, that's actually a pretty good call out and catch.
Yeah, I find incredibly interesting, because of course he made the video talking about all of the kind of accusations and stuff, and it seems like he didn't even know whether it was you know, whether they had broken up after this or not, because obviously he refers to her as, you know, his ex, even though it's not his ex. They're still together, right? Somehow, you know, again, I don't know how. He must have some incredible persuasion skills or something like that, because yeah, I mean, most people would have left, but of course that's their own decision, right?
He has an incredible bank
but,
account.
Yeah, obviously he refers to her as an ex, whereas, you know, they are still together. But obviously she says here, having my worst fears become reality, then put on full display and used for profit for everyone to see is absolutely mortifying. It truly feels like a nightmare. It was already hard enough trying to work through things in private. This has just added another layer of difficulty and stress on top of everything. It's made it so much harder for me to cope. And obviously, yeah, these are two like contradicting statements, almost not contradicting, but like I guess ironic statements, right? Because of course Mugen saying that he wants her to have the peace and whatever she deserves, right? Whereas she's saying that the video that Mugen put out and the Google Doc that Himamo put out is actually making it worse for her, and it isn't giving her any peace, it's giving her the opposite of peace, right? Which is pretty interesting, right? Then the girlfriend has now publicly came out and said that she had no idea about the Google Doc and Mugen's video. However, Mal claimed that the girlfriend was a member of some sort of group chat with Bao and the other woman that Sykkuno had been messing with. Right now, Mugen, Mal, and especially Bao has said nothing about this. Now, obviously, we did get an update as Bao did talk about her, trying to help Sykkuno's girlfriend. Essentially, what she said in it was that she essentially knew that stuff was going on in the beginning. That essentially there was this, a bunch of smaller VTubers and whatever, and creators that were interacting with Sykkuno. Obviously, then she went and told the girlfriend. They all got in a chat and whatever, and then, she left the chat and kind of carried on with stuff. And then, of course, she was approached by Himamo about also having the same kind of experience, but like more recently, like more, recent than the first instance of it. So meaning that he continued to kind of speak to a lot of people after that, which obviously, I think everybody is against Sykkuno for that, right? I don't think anybody's saying what Sykkuno did was right, despite obviously a lot of the pushback on some of the people that have brought out this information, right? But obviously there's a second time that is it happened, and then of course she then put her in contact with the girlfriend. And then for some reason, I guess they didn't contact a little bit later after that whenever she put out the Google Doc, and didn't really ask her if it was okay to do so, right? And that's what people have been kind of discussing. I say Bao almost convinced her to move, but at the last moment, Weenidesu forgives him. Sykkuno proceeds to cheat again. I said, I'm confused why she's speaking about her moving out. Like this was brought to our attention months ago, yet the DMs are labeled in less than 10 days from when the video when the video and first accusations were posted. That I'm also confused why she was retweeting that girl's Google Doc, but in the video that she also said that she would forgive him. Yeah, obviously people were talking about the fact that, Himamo said that she would give him a second chance and all of this kind of stuff, which was a little bit odd, and, obviously Bao was retweeting that and things like that. And again, I do find it very interesting, because it seemed like initially whenever Bao was sorting out all of this kind of information with the people in the beginning, right, it seemed like there was this kind of, effort to make it private somewhat. I say somewhat because obviously we had that vague posting tweet from October. That's kind of not keeping it private. So again, I say somewhat. She didn't come out with a Google Doc talking about it, of course, but she still did kind of tweet about it. But there was obviously some sort of effort to not actually mention him by name, or not kind of make some big expose thing on him, right? And I find it interesting how she knew that, and how she knew that it was private and that they wanted to keep it private, obviously talking to the girlfriend and knowing how much has affected her with all the moving out stuff, all of that kind of stuff, and then decided to repost a lot of the Himamo doc, all of that kind of stuff, and people talking about it publicly when that they wanted to keep it private, right? I do find that very interesting, and maybe it's because she tried to help Himamo out as well, and that's why she's doing it. But again, she knew from the first instance that they wanted to keep it private, and that they wanted to kind of, not make this public and make a big deal out of it on Twitter and whatever, but still decided to re-upload the posts of people doing that, which I thought is pretty interesting, right? But again, I don't know, maybe there's some explanation for that. That it was only last month in the voice call in the Mugen video, the girlfriend talking to Bao was only a little before the victim speaking to Sykkuno. The timeline has been pretty clearly outlined by everyone involved. So said, so Psycho learns that she's not the main, gets mad about it, but doesn't immediately cut off contact with the cheetah boy. Through Bao, she gets in touch with the main girl, and they try to convince her to drop the cheetah boy. Main girl forgives cheetah boy instead. Side girl proceeds to team up with drama tuber and put out a coordinated hit piece on the Cheetah Boy. Main girl didn't.
Oh, he's
even
already
know,
got a second ring.
The hit piece was coming and did not want the situation to be made public.
Oh, never mind. It's dog shit.
Kind of true. Obviously, they say, you know, so Psycho learns that she's not the main, which obviously that was the second round of things, right? They're missing the first round of things. So essentially, it was main girl gets cheated on by lots of other VTubers. Like obviously, he goes and talks to a lot of other VTubers, right? And then we go into, you know, side girl learns that she's not the main girl, gets mad about it. It doesn't immediately cut her off. Through Bao, she gets in touch with main girl. So that's like the stuff afterwards. So it's happened twice, right? It's happened twice. So she found out about it twice. At least from what I've seen from this, right? At least from how this is being explained, especially from the Bao kind of stream, it's twice. This is 2 instances of him cheating or talking to other people or whatever, and the girlfriend finding out twice, right? And the second one being the Himamo, and the first one being other people. Again, I don't know who those people are. There might be some of the people that spoke out on Twitter or whatever, but it's twice, right? Which I think a lot of people don't understand. A lot of people think it's all together, and like maybe it was just one big situation and she found out that he was like doing it to multiple girls all at once. No, it was like kind of a split up thing, right? So she found out once, forgave him, found out again, forgave him again, which again is crazy because he's had 2 chances now, and somehow, I don't know how, he's still with her, which of course, as I said, up to them, but it's crazy to me at least.
It's so funny how literally everybody has the same realistic reaction to all of this except for the people involved.
Sad to be honest, that in the end, one cannot save people that don't want to be saved.
Yes.
As an adult, regardless of an unhealthy codependency to Sykkuno, it's a conscious choice, right? And yeah, I think a lot of people have been kind of criticizing the fact that she's decided to stay. And I do think, you know, the average person would leave after that situation, right? The average person would be like, nah, I'm good, I'm out, no thanks. Especially, you know, it happening twice, right? But whatever it is, some people think it's like more manipulation. It could be, right? It could be. But as, you know, people are saying, she's an adult, she can do whatever she wants. And, you know, a lot of people on Twitter, you know, they don't have the authority to tell her what's right and wrong. Sure, if her family or whatever is telling her maybe don't do this or whatever, then sure, I think maybe she should listen to them. But I'm gonna be honest, if some random guy on Twitter says, no, you shouldn't do this, I think you should really listen to them, right? But I also think, you know, there is a lot of different cases as to why she might have decided to stay, whether, you know, he had a good reason, whether, you know, she believes it can be fixed. I don't know. And obviously they've been together for quite a while, so it's probably quite hard to, you know, kind of just leave that as well. So I guess that could be a factor too. She said, at least Bao moved to California, so she's closer to Numi, Camilla. Okay, I think it's just the random stuff. You know, say I don't think she did all that much wrong, to be honest. She made a tweet warning people about a cheater. Cheater's girlfriend approached her about it. She tried to help her move. Girlfriend changed her mind. She found out about another girl at the same girlfriend was telling her things were going better. She told her that they weren't going better. I feel like she acted in good faith towards the only person who was cheated on. Definitely a better way to go about it than the little stunt that the side girl and the drama tuber pulled, to be honest. Which, yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think, you know, whenever it comes to the whole, you know, what Bao did in regards to that, I think that's fair enough, right? I think, you know, some of the things that she did, including obviously telling the girlfriend about the stuff with Himamo, was 100%, you know, fair enough, right? Because obviously the girlfriend's telling her, like, hey, things are going so much better now, you know, things have gotten better, we're working on it, all of this kind of stuff. And meanwhile, she's got someone else telling her, hey, he's messaging me like 30 minutes ago. You know, obviously, you're not going to sit with that and go, okay, that's great for you, and not tell them, right? Obviously, she's going to tell them, and she did tell them. But it's more so, I think that the thing that people are more so angry about is not so much how she acted. Yeah, well, I mean, some people were mad at maybe like adding them to group chats and whatever, saying like it's manipulative, which I don't really know if it is or not. I feel like, you know, some people might see it as that, some people might not. But I think people are more mad at her kind of platforming the Himamo Google Doc and stuff while knowing that they wanted to keep it private, right? If she did all that stuff privately and kept it private, I think that would have been fine, right? I think that would have been totally fine. And, you know, I think that would have been actually pretty good because, of course, she's just letting her know that, hey, you know, he is still doing this stuff despite how much you think this is getting better. He is still doing it, which, of course, you know, would have been good if it was kept private, but of course it wasn't. And yeah, I think, you know, she reposted a lot of those posts that were not keeping it private, and with the full knowledge that, you know, she wanted to keep it private. So of course it's mainly to do with that kind of side of things, right? But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it seems like a lot of people are not very happy at Bao. A lot of people are not very happy at you know, Mugen or Himamo or any of the people involved with that kind of stuff. And it seems like, yeah, the general opinion seems to be not very positive, and more so negative towards you know, those people. So yeah, I mean, that is essentially all I got for this video. If you guys did enjoy it, don't forget to leave a like and subscribe. Also, go to GameSubs, use my code Kaza, get 10% off.
What is up, Space Pirates? This is your Admiral, the perennially problematic Dr. Disaster, and the game Pragmata just released, and it's one of those titles where I don't feel like enough people are talking about it. The game looks fun, and the players who are playing it sure seem to like it, because over on Steam right now, the game has an overwhelmingly positive score of 93%.
I like it.
And it isn't hard to see why so many people are drawn to this game. One of the central relationships in it is between the main character Hugh and a little girl android named Diana. And, well, there was a popular clip going around on social media right before this game released, which really showcases why people are drawn to this game. It's kind of like The Last of Us, in the sense that it puts the player in the role of a father figure and protector. Just take a look at this clip and you can see why people like this dynamic so much.
Just, what are you?
Diana? Hugh.
Diana?
Diana!
We think you're really cute.
As a father of daughters, this really resonates with me, and I'm not alone. Over on X, you had a bunch of people replying to this clip from the official Pragmata account with stuff like this: the masculine urge to be a dad and go through absolute hell for a single spark of innocent life with the biggest eyes you've ever seen. And I think this is a really good thing. Too many pieces of media have made being a parent seem like a bad thing. This is a refreshing change of pace, but that has not stopped some of the joyless Looney Tunes out there from posting shit like this.
If you buy this game, I am gonna assume you are a PDF.
By the way, I've seen your mind, freak.
Well, that sure as hell seems like projection to me. But the freaks and weirdos online are trying to shame people for liking this game, claiming that only PDFs like it, and I can only assume that this is because they are sick piles of garbage who have minds that go there themselves, and or
that's typically what it is.
The fatherhood protector role for whatever reason, most likely ideological, and it looks like the people at Kotaku tried jumping in on this bandwagon as well. They wrote an article talking about a nonsense controversy that nobody really gives a shit about, and as far as I'm concerned, these sorts of people are just one more threat that Diana, a wonderful symbol of childlike innocence, needs to be protected from.
Get away from her, you bitch!
Alright, me hearties. First of all, just let me throw this out there. The normal person response to the character Diana is to think that she is adorable, and to have the instincts kick in where you would be willing to face off hordes of enemies in order to protect such a spark of innocence. That is normal. Anyone who looks at her and assumes the story has anything to do with anything perverted at all really needs to unplug from the internet for a long while, and you probably need some help if that is your response as well. This sort of response is someone trying really hard to make.
Oh god, I keep forgetting to fucking turn that auto.
To a level of fatherlessness that makes me really sad. Being a son and then becoming a father has been pretty much the most important relationships in my life, and I can tell you that it is precisely those relationships which inform my view of Pragmata and the relationship between Hugh and Diana. But sadly, there were multiple people who responded to that clip that I showed you a minute ago, accusing people of being PDFs for simply wanting to play this video game. And in fact, there is a so-called controversy that is happening with some emoji that Capcom put out for this game, and Kotaku thought that they'd pile on with this article right here, drumming up the controversy, which clearly seems like a nothing burger. In all fairness, several hours after publishing this article, Kotaku felt compelled to publish this one, telling everyone that actually they like the game and they like the celebration of fatherhood. And I've got to say that this looks like they are covering their own asses now. The previous article talking about how Pragmata might be inappropriate comes off as weird and suspect as hell, and it also suggests that these game journalists are simply malcontents who will find any way to try to turn females into victims. But for cripe's sake, you would think Pragmata is what they would want from a game. They talk about female victimhood all the time, but in this game, players have the role of protector over a precious little android, and I would argue that the fact that she is an android and that we still want to protect her is an extra affirmation of the preciousness of little girls in people's hearts. Even something that just imitates an innocent little girl is worth protecting in our eyes, and that should be a message that everyone appreciates and embraces. But let's read some of this article to see what Kotaku is saying. It says here, Capcom's Pragmata is officially out today, and by all accounts, the game itself is pretty great. To celebrate its release, Capcom and Twitch have partnered up to offer Pragmata fans a chance to earn an official Cryana Twitch chat badge, but several folks online are already accusing said badge of being a reference to a PDF dog whistle meme.
Weapon attack steal, force damage if you're a dragonborn. God damn it.
And I've got two things to say about that.
Great
First
sword.
of all, they use the word fans here
Chaos.
pretty
On the
damn
hit,
liberally.
regain one-
This doesn't sound
Oh,
like
it's got
fans.
lifesteal.
This sounds like jackasses.
And it's got
The same
built-in- ooh.
energy as the perpetually whining turds who kicked off Gamergate years and years ago. And second of all, if you are constantly hearing dog whistles, then maybe that is because you are a dog. But reading on, it says next. Announced by the Pragmata X account late last night, the Twitch chat badge has been dubbed the Cryana badge by Twitch and Capcom, with Cryana being a reference to Pragmata's android protagonist Diana, who has the appearance of a young girl. Following the post on X, hundreds of users immediately began accusing Capcom of referencing a meme known as, and I'm not even sure how to pronounce that. Anyway, then the article says,
I can't believe Capcom is posting in their marketing.
Commented one user on X.
This confirms 100% that it's pedo bait. No more excuses can be made.
Replied another.
This badge is a reference to a popular meme about enjoying cartoon CP.
Replied content creator Lance McDonald alongside a link to the Know Your Meme page. And then the article goes into some details about what that meme apparently means, and suffice to say it is gross. But clearly, Capcom is not referencing that. I have had my gripes with this company before, and I certainly would not accuse them of this. But The article ends by saying, "It is more than possible that Capcom's marketing team is unaware of the connotations surrounding the reference and just thought turning Diana into a sobbing emoji would be a funny fit. That being said, Pragmata has had issues with certain fans sexualizing the game's infantile protagonist in the past. A subreddit geared toward erotic images and discussions of Diana was banned from Reddit in February. And guess what? That is not Capcom's fault. Sick people will always find a way to misuse things that companies put out. If a corporation manufactures hammers and then sells a bunch of them, and one of those hammers is used in a violent crime, we wouldn't say that the manufacturer is to blame.
Some people would.
Who misused it is to blame.
Wrongfully.
Kotaku and the people complaining about Capcom making an inappropriate game are the equivalent of morons saying that nobody should be allowed to manufacture hammers because somebody somewhere might do something bad with them. These are unserious people, and I legitimately feel bad that their minds go there immediately and that they are seemingly incapable of simple joy. Anyhow, make sure to hit the like button on this video and subscribe to the channel if you haven't done it already. And if you are
Welcome back to a series so creepy, even DJ Daniel subscribed. In today's video, Twitch CEO Dan Clancy has been confronted for refusing to ban Hasan on Twitch. He responds in the most annoying, politically safe way possible, talking about how Hasan just says a few things over the top. Bruh, he claims he always enforces terms of service and punishes Hasan. Literal one-day bans. Hasan has responded crying and playing victim about his Twitch bans, despite Dan supporting him. He claims that Twitch is biased to support Asmongold. Delusional.
They just banned him for a week!
This is crazy.
He's now crashing out at a TikToker for calling him the real-life Brian Griffin from Family Guy. Bro cannot take a joke. Debunker XQC is confronting streamers IRL. This time it's Cinna for calling out Eden Ross but refusing to call out her creepy roommate Bonnie, and a bunch of more updates. Subscribe or you get the Dan Clancy special. Do not ask me what that is. Shortcut.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody to another day of the legendary series and another Diddy Piker crash out. So it all started with the man himself, ultimate gooning load, Twitch CEO DJ Daniel Clancy, and he's getting confronted about Hasan. Dan Clancy talks Hasan's bans.
I'm sure you've been aware that one of your biggest streamers, Hasan Piker, has been in the middle of this weeks-long debate inside the Democratic Party about whether people should go on his stream, as more politicians do go on Twitch. I saw Gavin Newsom was gaming on there somewhat recently. I mean, you've obviously dealt at various times with Hasan Piker. You guys have, you guys have taken him off the platform. He's kind of come back on, temporarily kind of suspended him. What's your perspective as you kind of watch this play out? Do you think that people are kind of misunderstanding, or anybody in the Democratic Party is kind of misunderstanding his audience or his kind of popularity there? What do you think as you're watching this debate?
Yeah. So look, I don't have an opinion on any particular streamer. I think it's absolutely the case that one of the challenges when you're live streaming is you're up there and you say a lot. And when you say a lot, especially as you're more inflammatory, you might say a lot of things that are over the top.
Right. He just says a little few things that are over the top, guys. He's just itty bitty innocent Hasan there. How can he's just a little bit of Hasan. Meanwhile, cut to Hasan. Murder those mother flippers.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
Yeah, guys, just a little over the top, you know, just wants to murder a bunch of people, kill specific political opponents, supports terrorism, engages in animal abuse, shocking his dog, explicit racism to several groups of people.
You chinless, inbred hick. Angloid skull must be studied for peasant brains. I thought that's why we had to kill some fucking goat herders in Afghanistan, right?
I mean, what can I say? What a harmless fellow here. You know, just a little over the top. Also, DJ Daniel here has the audacity to say,
somehow you can see the same clips all the time, but they get funnier and funnier every time when you see them played back to back to back like that.
I don't have an opinion, guys. Literally admits that Hasan is his favorite streamer. Are you kidding me? Also, his entire staff. Happy birthday, dear Hasan.
Happy birthday to you.
Also, of course, Democrats are debating about Hasan Piker, bro, because he's an extremist who's infiltrated whatever movement they're trying to do. They understand that Hasan is a radical cancer cell that needs to be dealt with. They basically want to win the election, and they can't have a terrorist glazer on their side because then that loses all of the normies. Also, that interviewer, you know, giving a bunch of cop-outs like, guys, are we just misunderstanding his audience? Are you serious right now, bro? Hasan is literally open with his views, okay? He's not exactly shy about it. He might try to hide his power level when giving speeches at Yale or whatever, but even while hiding his power level, he's glazing fucking Stalin in the USSR. And Twitch obviously supports all of this. So then Dan talks about the Twitch community guidelines, right? And how awesome he is at just enforcing TOS, right? He specifically trained his staff to find the hottest e-girl. Wait, no. To ban people committing TOS violations and find the hottest e-girl that he can goon to.
Now, for us, the way we handle that is we have a very clear set of community guidelines where we do not allow certain type of behavior. If you violate that, then we take enforcement actions and we suspend you. It's designed not to kick you off forever. It's designed to say, no, you're going to have a suspension whenever Hasan has stepped over the line. We've, taken action. And it's interesting now because, those folks will get worked up from both the right and the left on this because we have also conservative people that are saying certain things that some people don't like.
Like
one
what?
of the things that kind of works well on Twitch is if you don't like what someone's saying, then don't go and listen to them.
Yeah, right.
And then it's not in your face at all, literally.
Yeah.
It doesn't get injected in you like you got to go see it.
Totally.
No, you disagree. And so, in general, we think it is important for us to allow people to express themselves.
Bro, the amount of bullshit this man says, you should actually be a politician. This guy has the audacity to go, we enforce Twitch TOS. We follow the community guidelines. Guys, look, we followed the guidelines. Hasan was banned for 1 day on his day off. Literally gave him a perfect little vacation for his most heinous violations. What did you guys do on the day off, Dan? Did you show him your gooning dungeon? Creepy old man, bruh. I can't. I feel like these responses are just unreal, right? He can't be serious, right? He has to be rage baiting. He actually thinks that people are gonna look at this interview and go be like, oh yeah, the Twitch CEO, he's just so honest, he's so transparent, bro. He's totally hip with the young folks, He goes out there, he talks to streamers, particularly Extra Emily. We all know that's your favorite streamer, Dan, and I wonder why. People responded, literally have a guy telling people to go out and kill senators and landlords, all while jerking off every terrorist he can find. But remember, conservatives also say mean things. Don't like it, don't listen. You endorse Hasan and sing to him. The thing is, I would have no problem with him banning a bunch of other people that he finds that are, extremist or whatever. You want to ban Asmongold as well, go ahead. But first you gotta permaban Hasan. That's what I don't understand. It's always rules for thee, but not for me, right? If you want to ban one side, you gotta ban the other side as well. Especially when one is clearly worse. Hasan is the reason why I don't use Twitch or stream there anymore. If the site won't ban someone as problematic as him, or any of the streamers that are like him, then it is not a company I wish to support. Also, the FBI should be involved with Hasan at this point. We have taken action. No, you have never taken action, because if you did, Hasan would have been permabanned years ago. There's no rhyme or reason to bans on Twitch. They've permabanned people for super mild things. Oh no, Dan Clancy has his own period, right? His gooning period. So it's like a cycle that goes over the month, and whenever he's like extra horny, I guess the ban count like goes down or something like that, I imagine, because he's too busy gooning. We slap him on the wrist, reduce his punishment to 1 day, or specifically on his day off, wish him happy birthday. That's fair treatment. Respectfully F off, Dan. Clancy's a freaking idiot. Dan Clowncy back at it again. Oh no, I'm getting a call. Hello, DJ Daniel here. Did you guys like how much I bullshitted in that interview? What a sucker. He totally bought it. I'm totally going to suck Hasan off under his table the entire stream today. He might even shuck color me. Oh goody. Anyway, since I have the floor, any females in the audience, would you like to sign up to Twitch? I'm recruiting. Bonus points for OnlyFans e-girls. You know, I did hear about the Sykkuno drama. What a legend.
He's dragging this one on so long.
Revenue. He's a man after my own heart. DJ Dan, the dynamic diddler, out. Really, Dan? You had to go and possess me again? You're already in the video, buddy. Holy shit, I gotta start charging you for this. Moving on to Hasan crying about Twitch bans and saying how unfair it is. Hasan on the double standards when it comes to banning him versus Asmongold on Twitch. Is this guy legitimately about to pretend that he isn't favored by Twitch and that Asmongold is? Are you fucking kidding me, man? Just give me a break. I need a vacation.
Bro, what do you expect? He's not gonna be like, Hasan is the man. What are you, crazy? Not only, it's good that he's not saying shit like that, okay? And yes,
it's a higher rarity version of the shield I just gave Gale.
Justifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, and also unjustifiably banned due to pressure campaigns, oftentimes coming from the far right. But I don't, you know, it is what it is. You just gotta fucking play ball to the best of your ability. The reality of the matter is, if you're looking at like inconsistent standards, obviously Asmongold has a shit ton more violations.
How does he come up all the time?
Right? I mean, he basically traffics exclusively in racial animus and horrible things that he says about
Dude, it is genuinely impressive how he always comes up when in conversations he's not even involved in the first place. And then everything this fucking guy says, unironically, it is like the biggest projection ever. He's always talking about himself.
The minority populations of the country, entire swaths of like migrant populations he calls parasites. Did you ever cover the road crash?
He literally calls everybody cattle.
Crashing out about his ban and doubling down? No, I didn't even do that because there was a lot going on in the world that was far more consequential than whatever fucking Asmongold was saying and doing.
Yet here you are talking about him, bro. Bringing him up literally every time. There's no way Hasan is crying about double standards on Twitch. Mr. Happy Birthday Boy here is actually crying. And the audacity to say that Asmon has more violations. Bro, he's not threatened to murder all capitalists. Are you kidding me? Like, have you seen your own shit? Really, the pot calling the kettle black here. You violate TOS on like a near daily basis. It's actually crazy how much shit you get away with. And of course, Hasan always does this. He tries to play victim like a little loser bitch, because that's how he farms sympathy on his side, right? He always wants to be like the oppressed one. Oh my god, the guys in power are oppressing me. They're trying to silence my free speech. And then he'll come and bitch and try to pretend that Twitch is a right-wing platform favoring Asmongold.
Oh,
like, it's
that guy over there.
Fantasy, bro. Even as fans, like, there's no way you can believe this.
It's there is this ridiculous double standard that has always really existed, like, because right-wing sentiment oftentimes can hide its violent commentary in the form of systemic violence. Even outside of that, sometimes right-wingers will engage in direct calls for violence, right? Beyond the calls for violence they can shelter in systemic analysis. However, even when right-wingers engage in direct calls to action, they oftentimes don't get hit with the ban hammer. There's a couple different reasons for it. One,
Probably because they don't kill
ironically
anyone.
enough, I think left and liberal groups no longer care as much about like weaponizing cancel culture as much as the Republicans do. Right-wingers love cancel culture. They love weaponizing it, right?
It's
I mean, look at what Fox News is doing for
insane
like the
that he
past week or
says
so,
this
for
shit
the
with a
past couple
straight
weeks.
face.
Okay, first off, it wasn't just Fox. Literally everybody doesn't like you. CNN did this before this, and a bunch of randos on Twitter were cooking you too. Also, there's no way this regard just talked about direct calls for violence. Do you hear the words coming out of your mouth?
Seriously.
Kill him, dude. I want to kill. Whoa! In a video game. I meant it's just not in a video game.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This guy is the most frustrating guy to watch ever. And the worst part is it's not even rage bait. It's not even
He's
rage
dead
bait.
serious.
This is how he actually thinks. So then Hassan says he's totally unbothered and doesn't care.
The other reason is also because I think that these platforms are genuinely worried about suspending people because the Republicans are much more aggressive in defending heinous shit that their side says.
Oh my,
There was a real
everything
likelihood
is
when Asmongold got
backwards.
banned that
Literally
Steve Bannon said
everything is
something about it. Obviously, it
backwards.
was like a very different media cycle at the time, so there wasn't enough backlash at all. That was a real fear. I don't even know what Asmongold got banned for. I didn't even look into it. I didn't even care about it. And the reality of the matter is there's far too many things he should have been banned for that he didn't. Funny how Meek Kane video said you both react to each other for money when you didn't even farm his ban. If roles were reversed, he would have farmed you for a week. Yeah, I don't really care.
Okay, so let me just expose why he doesn't care, right? The reason he doesn't care about Asmon's Twitch ban is because he said the same shit. We literally found him saying the same stuff about, quote, goat herders. He knew that if he talks about Asmon's ban, people will bring up him saying the exact same words. Not to mention there was even more stuff that was unearthed about him being explicitly racist to several groups of people.
English man figured out how to work a fire extinguisher? You're really gonna fucking act like that's not impressive? Only country that
Where's the
unironically takes a
Vietnamese
fat
thing?
W in all of this is Poland because they don't know how to use computers. If the goddamn Eurocucks can do it when they've been fighting one another even though they're inbred as shit.
You know what would be funny is like if I get in trouble for this.
Eric, back at it again. Yeah, like Hassan slips up even a little bit and he's instantly banned. I swear I saw a clip earlier of CEO Stan Clancy and he was on stage. Interviewer randomly asked about Hassan being banned. No one else just asked about Hassan. The Hassan bad campaigns are so obvious, dude. Thank you for your wonderful insight, Mr. Eric. I think you've swallowed at this point, right? The dick is fully down, the digestive system going through your body. You can't even take it out anymore, huh? It's fully in there. The double standard is Hassan breaks TOS, he doesn't get banned. Asmon doesn't break TOS, but he gets banned. Thank you, Ultimate Gooning Lord. Once again, here we are with Hassan pretending like every single one of his bans are just not a weekend vacation. How does he honestly believe the things he says? Like, what do you mean Asmon has a shit ton more violations? Well, we got all of Hassan's violations. Hassan Brian Biker is once again trying to pretend that Twitch isn't his biggest dick riders. Oh yeah, basically everybody's calling Hassan Brian Griffin, right? Because he's condescending about politics. And he's crashing out over it, which we'll get to. Every dog has his day. Hassan is a violent, racist, terror-supporting, anti-American, animal-abusing, senator-threatening menace who should have been perma-banned years ago. And we've literally got like 4 clips here. Oh my god, this is a new one. Okay, the head size is very accurate, but Kaya doesn't seem to be in as much pain, so gotta make it more realistic. Like clockwork, the Hassan system works every time. Moving on to Hassan crying about a TikToker. Basically, this TikTok girl was glazing Hassan, saying, oh my god, we need to embrace Hassan Biker, the Democrats need him. A complete regard here, obviously, embracing a terrorist dick rider. But she made the fatal mistake. She happened to compare him to Brian Griffin from Family Guy. And Hassan instantly rolls his eyes and gets triggered and stun-locked. Hassan rolls his eyes at being labeled Brian Griffin by TikTok. This is the TikTok meta.
We do not have the luxury of not platforming Hassan Piker. Okay? We don't have the luxury of ignoring Hassan Piker. We certainly do not have the luxury of castigating or insulting or looking down our noses at Hasan Piker. As hilarious and accurate as it is to call him IRL Brian Griffin. Like, I think that shit's hilarious and apt. But I have gone on here before and said,
he's so
Bro,
fucking
there's like,
soft.
I swear to God, there's a TikTok style of commentary. You know how like there's Reddit speak, where people will say Reddit's down the street, buddy. This is the TikTok meta, and it's like it's even somehow less educated than the fucking than the Reddit meta. Like at least the Reddit meta is they write like all these long effort posts about how I'm a danger to American empire. I'm a danger to America. I hate America. I'm a anti-NATO Atlanticist, and therefore
there goes the
this
other
is
guy.
an untenable position or whatever, right? But the TikTok one is even dumber than that, where they're like, he's just like, he's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he fucking reminds me of Brian Griffin.
Yeah, I feel like Hasan has got to be the most miserable man alive. Can you take a joke, man? That's a light-hearted jab. She was literally glazing you this entire time. She's going like, oh my god, we can't afford to shit talk Hasan. We need him. We need him and his shoulder pads. You were actually the most pathetic man alive, bro. Who cares if you got compared to Brian Griffin from Family Guy? Be happy she didn't compare you to Hitler because of your shared sentiment for Jews. There's a million worse things to say to you, but it sounds like he finds the one thing to get mad about. And this is basically his outlook in life, right? Search out for the negativity, ignore everything else, and look at the worst possible thing that is happening and fixate on that. And it's not just me that's calling him out. A subscriber of his also calls him out for not being able to take a joke, because he obviously looks like a giant man baby.
He's a guy who talks condescendingly about politics, so he fucking reminds me of Brian Griffin. That, and also he wears expensive clothes, so he's a fake commie. Dude cannot take a joke even when the video is defending him. No, I'm just like seeing, oh my god, I just see it so frequently. It's like,
oh, poor you,
Brian Griffin. You go on Reddit, you know, Osama bin Laden, al-Baghdadi combined with Yahya Sinwar. You go on TikTok and it's always like, he's just Brian Griffin. Can I not make analysis about like
okay, him going off, him running off all the comparisons, that's actually kind of funny. Everywhere he goes, he's somebody different.
Like overall platform, like the differences between like political expression and different social media platforms? Am I not allowed to do that? Can I do that without some dumb fuck chirping, chiming, and being like, oh, you can't take a joke? Yes, I'm Brian Griffin, dude. I'm Brian Kill Me.
Yeah, I hope you got the message there. Never attempt to joke with Hasan Piker, especially about politics. He's a respected political commentator. Don't you dare compare him to Brian. You just know that Kaya is getting shocked tonight, right? We all know how he takes out his frustration. Maybe it's because Brian's a dog. That really just hits extra close to home for him. I still remember when somebody called him fat and he told them to die.
You gotta get
Perish.
some workouts
He said
in, man. You
perish.
eat more than Austin Pease.
Don't do that.
Dude, I'm literally, all right, first of all, dude, never do this. Fucking die if you're gonna do that, okay? Who the f do you think you are, bitch? Suck my fucking cock. Okay, perish. Perish.
Classic Hasan, fucking Tubby here cannot take a joke. Also, Hasan goes, oh yeah, I see this so frequently. Maybe because it's true, maybe because it's accurate. I mean, all the comparisons, like, I don't get compared to Osama bin Laden. I feel like that's a you problem, you know? Something you say or do makes people give you these nicknames. You know, let's make the new updated nickname, right? We got Hamas Diddy, Bin Laden Adolf Jeffrey, Small Head Petite Feet, Shoulder Pad Piker. I probably missed like 5 to 10 more nicknames there, but that's a good one. That's a good one. It's a classic. Next time you say the name of Hasan, please refer to him by his full name. So then he tries to do this weird sort of reasoning where he says that, oh, well, everybody's a hypocrite, so therefore my hypocrisy doesn't matter.
Streaming somber, okay?
Jesus. Where the fuck does the Brian Griffin thing come from? You have nothing in common with him. He's a lib. It's literally just guy who talks about politics and is annoying. That's it. That's it. And also hypocritical. This is what it is. It's hypocrisy is the number one marker of a person. Like hypocrisy baiting, hypocrisy fishing is the number one marker of a person who doesn't understand ideology, who doesn't have any sort of like real political convictions, and simply wants to apply some kind of criticism. There are instances where people engage in like inherently hypocritical things, incredibly hypocritical actions, right? There are oxymoronic positions, you know, the entire Groyper movement being comprised of like, you know, brown people, even though Groypers are white supremacist neo-Nazis.
You do good.
But in most circumstances, it's just, yeah, criticism without synthesis is precisely what it is.
Hasan, what the fuck are you on about? First off, what a way to hand wave all the hypocrisy, right? Guys, some positions are just inherently hypocritical. Yes, like being a socialist or man of the people while living in a $3 million mansion in Hollywood. It's pretty hypocritical. Someone going to give humanitarian aid to Cuba in a $5,000 outfit in a 5-star hotel. Yeah, it's a little hypocritical, man. Also, please tell me I heard that wrong. Did this colossal regard just say that most Groypers are brown people? Hasan, were you dropped on your head as a baby? So, he's talking about Groypers or like these far-right white nationalists, and he goes, yeah, it's mostly brown people. Are you fucking stupid? Like, dude, this is beyond brain damage. You actually cannot fix this. I mean, just because you're a self-hating regard doesn't mean everybody else is. And also, is he white today again? Is this Schrodinger's Turk back at it again? He's no longer brown? Such a fucking tool. This F-slud doesn't realize he's just a lol cow. No one takes his douchebag seriously. He was seriously bragging about being financially independent at the age of 30. Wait, this looks like my clip. Oh yeah, wait, oh my god. This is, the room has changed. The room has changed, guys, wow. Seems like everywhere he goes, he ends up hated. Maybe it isn't everyone else and it's just him. Why is he responding so condescendingly? It's Hasan. That's all he knows. No, Brian, don't do it to your own kind. Bzzz. Oh my god, is this Asmongold? What the hell? You got the shot color on Brian as Hasan. Bruh. Taken from Wikipedia, yep, he's Brian Griffin. As a character, Brian was initially well received by critics, praised for his wit, intelligence, and sarcastic humor. In later years, reception became negative, with many viewers criticizing his pretentious, self-righteous, and hypocritical behavior, as well as his frequent political ramblings. Well, the difference is Hasan was never likable. Like, before this, he was a fucking Diet Andrew Tate bro tips guy. Like, he was still a scumbag. This is exactly how Brian Griffin would respond. God, he's got it down, Pat. Okay, the plan is working. The clips are spreading. Hasan and Destiny resurfaced clips about conservatives, and Charlie Kirk have hit the timeline. And this is Destiny's clip about genociding half the country. And this is Hasan's clip about threatening to murder Charlie Kirk. And I saw a bunch of like random like politicians using it as well. I mean, yeah, at first it starts on the Legendary series and then everywhere else, baby. That's how it should be. People remembered this initially, but it was quickly squashed. But yeah, Hasan was saying how he wanted to kill Charlie Kirk, and then one of his fans did. You can't really say it was one of his fans.
We don't.
Because,
yeah, we don't know that.
I don't know. It could
it's
be
not
a
definitive.
Crazy acting, but Hasan definitely inspires this rhetoric and this sort of somebody needs to do it actions, right?
And you actually wrote about this, and it was a great video where you talked about, you know, someone has to do it. See, when I say that, everyone knows exactly what I mean. That which is, I think that shows that there's a lot of anger, a lot of resentment, and untapped potential, untapped revolutionary potential, as a matter of fact. And it's a great opportunity for organizing, I think, in these unprecedentedly horrible times.
When you hear these people talk, you understand why communism, socialism, and every state control over what a person can say and do leads to mass violence on the citizens. Yeah, you wonder how things like that come to power, and then you realize there's people like Hasan going around screaming it, like saying it completely casually, and he's not being stopped. Revoke Hasan's citizenship and deport his ass. Anti-genocide motherflippers, the second a group of people disagree with them. Hasan Stinny and this fucking diabolical picture. FBI should investigate what streamers the killer watched. Also, how is that not a ban? Oh, absolutely. I feel like anytime one of these like insane things go down, we need to see their watch history, right? Not to make as like a one-to-one connection, but just to get an insight. Like, okay, was this person watching this person stream for a very long time? Were they subscribed? Like, if you see subscriber to Hasan for 69 months and they go and do something, then there's like a pretty obvious connection, right? but Hassan has been slithering by somehow. And any new terrorist attack that happens, he's automatically said now anything that happens is a false flag according to him. Basically giving justification to any terrorist, which is crazy. Moving on to Debunker XQC beefing with some streamers. Basically, XQC was confronting streamer Cinna for disavowing Aiden Ross for being a bad person. Meanwhile, giving a pass to her roommate Bonnie, the creepy fuck, who was bragging about sleeping with the 16-year-old, taking his virginity, saying how it's her only chance to sleep with someone younger, and that it was a cute little 16-year-old.
This is like my only time to like have sex with somebody who's younger than me.
Now, she was also the person who harassed a bunch of old people because she's a piece of shit.
Get out the way! Now we're stuck by the slow couple again. Frick, get out the way. Why are you always in my way?
And here's the confrontation, and it is some cringe streamer shit. STC and Cinna clash IRL over authenticity in streaming.
Okay.
Nerderotic.com.
CinemaCon happened this weekend. Disney decided to go out by flexing a little bit. Rob Liefeld was pointing this out. I did not intend to ratio him.
Hardcore ratio him.
But Rob Liefeld's a front runner. That's what like he absolutely that all he sees is success and not like what's behind it. He's like, this made a lot of money. This is awesome. And I hope he doesn't get invited to another party by Kevin Feige and goes on a year-long screech about it. But yeah, this is just the Marvel part. You can keep this up. But they said they made $6.6 billion in 2025. Marvel, over the course of its time, has made $33 billion, which is great. What have you done for me lately? The question is, how much profit has Disney made from last year? Like, what was the money that they brought in? Because laying off thousands of people tells me you aren't doing that well, because you wouldn't need to do that if you were really successful. And as Jeremy and Ryan and Parkoppen has pointed out, what's carried Disney over these years is their experiences, their cruise ships, their parks. That's been where the profit comes from. Their actual studio doesn't make a ton of money. As a matter of fact, Disney is $46 billion in debt. Which is more than Paramount was, more than Warner Brothers was, and they carry that. Now, I know that's part of business, and I'm a simple man, but I think, you know, carrying $46 billion of debt isn't really great.
Sounds bad to me. I wouldn't want to have $56 billion in debt myself, personally.
I wouldn't want $4,600 in debt.
42 billion, but not that.
No. And it's maybe it's just because I'm a simple man and I don't understand corporate economics, and they're always kind of running with some loan it's a shell game. It's a fucking shell game. But yeah, 17 years, 37 films, $33 billion. And we'll never see the likes of this again. This is an impressive feat.
It's insane. It's insane. I want you to look at the movies. They have them all lined up, top, bottom, right? Bangers. The majority on the top, all of them all the way up, and then the bottom row is just brutal. It's just like. Didn't they announce that they're basically ignoring everything after Endgame?
Yeah,
yes,
basically.
But the problem is you got a fuck ton of characters that are in this movie that are from the era in between there. About 40 characters in this fucking movie are from the direct era in between there. So they are all about the messaging. Hey guys, you don't need to think about anything else other than it's a sequel to Endgame, guys. It's the Russo brothers. It's another story in that saga. That's like their messaging. However, the movie's full of all of these characters that we got introduced to in between that era.
So how many in phase 4 and 5, and I'm going to try to divorce myself from my opinion on stuff. How many genuinely successful things have they had, combining the D+ series and the movies?
Wolverine.
Spider-Man, Wolverine, Spider-Man No
Oh,
Way Home.
there we go. Got a coin.
Guardians 3 did break even. It had a big budget, but it did break even.
Eternals
Oh, you gotta pick
did
three.
save lives,
Shit.
so you have to bring that into it. Let's not forget that.
I was gay until I watched that movie, and then I was straight.
Yeah, so gotta put that in there.
Doctor Strange mom?
Nah, it didn't make any money because it cost so much. It made $950 million at the box office, and they told us it was a $200 million budget. And then we find out from the UK, tax stuff they have to file. They spent $450 million on it.
Holy shit!
And with the tax breaks, the final production budget was about $400 million. No
Brian,
more.
So
that's on par with Avengers Doomsday.
Brian, I appreciate your information, but Disgusting Film tweeted out that it had $200 million budget and it made $950. So I'm pretty sure it made a lot of money. Okay, I'm just telling you. Okay,
and that's why this $400 million budget for Doomsday I talked about the other day. It's bullshit. Like the idea that it only has a $400 million budget is bullshit. Infinity War and Endgame cost over $1 billion to make those two movies. It was over $500 million a piece. And that is confirmed by the Russo brothers and the tax documents from the UK. So the idea that people are pushing around this 400 million idea for Doomsday as if it's the most expensive Marvel movie in history, it is not. I think that Doomsday legitimately probably has between a $600 and $700 million production budget. If you just say it costs the same amount as Infinity War and Endgame, which there's no way, bigger cast, all this stuff, inflation, the way they make movies now, it's probably more expensive. Add on top of that, fucking $80 million for the Russos for 2 movies, and how much is Robert Downey Jr. getting paid? $120 million for those 2 movies, more than that maybe. That's about $100 million you just slap on top of that production budget before you even start drawing up a storyboard, just for 3 people involved with it. You can't convince me that if Infinity War and Endgame cost over $500 million each, which we know they did, that Doomsday isn't going to cost over $600 million.
No way. Garrett, see if you can find images from the trailer. I know there's a couple, like Steve Rogers has long hair. So they dropped the trailer yesterday. But as far as D+ series, I'd say the only one that I
Wait,
can
that
think
was
of
real?
that was a success.
I saw pictures of that shit and I assumed it was just people doing deepfakes and AI edits, fan-made stuff. Oh, that's interesting. 2 seconds. BRB. Okay, we're gonna hold up this video for a second because I just saw a tweet on my phone. We got an update from No Rest. $1.7 million copies sold and counting. You've supported us, challenged us, pushed us to do better. We're hard at work towards 1.0. Okay. I was thinking this was going to be an announcement for 1.0. Apparently it's not. Console players, we haven't forgotten you. No big speeches today, just this. We're building something special here. We're not slowing down. 2 years. Okay, cool. Cool. Okay. Back to the video.
At least it sounded like it was a success, is the first season of Loki.
That is the one that seems like it had the most viewership and maintained the most.
Didn't WandaVision do very well? Yeah.
Did okay. It didn't do as good as we thought it did.
Yeah, it didn't do well towards the end. WandaVision benefited because it was the first one, right? It kind of benefited from the same thing Mandalorian season 1 did. It's like brand new streaming service, everybody at home, a lot of people tuned in. Yeah.
But yeah, so they world premiered the trailer yesterday and didn't drop it. And I don't know why. I don't know why
I thought that was weird too.
Maybe they don't want to steal Mandalorian and Grogu's thunder.
This would be a look, they released the teasers pretty early in terms of when you would normally release teasers when they did. So like for now, 8 months out from release would be really early to drop like a big trailer. So my guess is they're waiting for like a more normal time frame. The standard is typically for the things that are shown there to not be shown for a while. Mando and Grogu is different because Mando and Grogu is in its marketing push.
Yep.
You know, and even so, they did show 17 minutes of footage that obviously is not released to the public for the Mando and Grogu panel or whatever.
But and this is just a teaser. I don't know if the description of it was, it starts out at the X mansion. I'm going off of memory, so if I get something wrong, sue me. Starts out at the X mansion and there's like a voiceover like this is something really bad's gonna happen. And we see Thor break Stormbreaker, or Doctor Doom breaks Stormbreaker. Shang-Chi is up against Gambit because that's the battle. We've all, oh God, I hope so. I really hope so. I hope he flings the ace of spades right up his butt crack and just blows him up.
I've got a full description if you want me to read it.
Yeah.
All right. So full trailer description. Xavier's school sign is shown lying on the ground as a voiceover warns something's coming, something we may not be able to determine.
The world is changing.
Yeah. And the voiceover is Doom, I believe. Professor X then looks out his window, sees flames falling from the sky, clearly shaken by what he's witnessing. Dr. Doom appears to be the one narrating, complete with a slight accent, and he's later shown rising in another setting with his hood and mask on. The footage also reveals the new Avengers Tower, and new isn't capitalized in this description, but I believe they probably mean the new Avengers.
New Avengers, yeah.
Right, like we saw. Now featuring an updated A logo and redesigned with 3 spires. Inside the building, the Fantastic Four come face to face with Bucky, Ant-Man, Captain America, meaning the black one, and others.
Holy shit, that sounds amazing.
Thor's voice carries much of the trailer as he talks about the losses his people have suffered and how this threat is more frightening than anything he's faced before. He says, "I fought with many warriors in my time. They were far stronger than any of us combined, and they died."
Good impression.
They died facing enemies and threats that scared me far less than this one. Everything that we sacrifice will be for nothing if we do not stand together. If you return, you will return as brothers and sisters, but mark my words, we're going to need a miracle. Cyclops appears in a new shot, while Gambit and Shang-Chi are shown fighting in a sequence that looks both explosive and fluid. Almost.
I like both of those things for my diarrhea.
Like my diarrhea.
Jesus Christ.
Another moment shows the Fantastic Four meeting Wakandans in a desert landscape where the water's been forced back, forming massive walls around them. So I think that, from what I remember a descriptor, I think they're like actually under the sea, but he's parted the water so it looks like a desert because it's like fucking sand and shit on the bottom. I don't know. Yelena is then seen walking past a worried Reed Richards. This feels like if AI made a trailer. Like what? Yelena is seen walking past a worried Reed Richards before what looks like a fight between two Yelenas breaks out.
Oh, thank God!
Oh my God! One later revealed to be Mystique.
That's selling me right there. The Yelenas. That's making me want to turn up to the cinemas.
I figured it out last night.
Make Yelena a thing.
I know. Her Russian accent is horrible, but I figured it out last night that they literally made Namor the pool boy.
Still, there may be
with Sue Richards. You know, because her husband's gay now, so
I got your leaves.
Yeah.
Yelena's then I said that one. As Thor's speech continues, he hurls Stormbreaker at Doctor Doom, but Doom casually stops it with one hand. I don't know if he destroys it or not. That's just what.
Wow, we saw that in Thor.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah.
I've seen that image before. Then comes the big reveal. The voice off screen aboard the Fantastic Four ship says, "Hey, pal." It turns out to be Steve Rogers, now sporting longer hair and a beard, leaving Thor stunned. Steve then raises his hand, pulls the hammer from Thor, and catches
like gay porn.
Oh, God.
It's like gay porn.
Hang on. He pulled Thor's
I wouldn't
hammer?
know. As
Did Captain America grab Thor's hammer again? Or what?
Yes, that's what happened.
Okay.
Firmly grasp it.
Like
He grabs Mjolnir. Is that the end? Is that it?
That's all I got for the descriptor there. Yeah.
Oh. That's it.
And also, like, he said the line, "Hey, pal." That's what Chris Evans does tell Robert Downey Jr. when they met on stage at CinemaCon as well. Like, that's the line he delivered to him. So
I think I was looking at the Hollywood Handle or one of those last night, and it said Captain America returns, and then he had to like follow it up with I'm sorry, I meant Steve Rogers returns.
And again, these are all just there's going to be a couple variances in like maybe some of the descriptions you see, because it's all just people that watched it, weren't allowed to record, and are kind of going off memory and shit.
Again, a Doomsday is going to be Doctor Doom pretty much killing everybody. And the hero's fighting, and then he kills everybody. They start out the movie killing Tobey Maguire and wiping out the Raimi planet, which is that's a bold move. Of course, they're going to bring him back, and they do revive everybody at the end for Battle World. I don't know exactly if it's. I think it's at the end of Doomsday. Secret Wars is going to have way more people in it. It's going to have way more cameos. And
That's how I feel.
Dude, is it everybody? Like everybody's back because some of these interviews.
No, some heroes die like permanently, like are gone forever.
Yeah, like Alan Cumming talking about Nightcrawler. He was like, "Oh yeah, I'm in Doomsday and I'm never gonna do this again."
Yeah,
it was a good ending for me. It's like,
Ant-Man dies. So Ant-Man dies, and I don't think he's coming back in Secret Wars.
He's good, but what about his daughter?
Oh yeah,
she's coming back. She is. They made a big deal about that.
I can't stand her.
This week I rewatched Avengers, the original, the OG, with my son.
Great movie.
For the first time we're going through from the beginning, and it's so good in the beginning. The first phase is so freaking choice, and that movie is the tightest movie ever. Like every piece is perfectly crafted. There's setup, payoff the entire time, and there's just a handful of characters. And then it was an amazing thing to see that they got all those characters, and it flowed so well. There's like 50 goddamn characters in this movie. And it's gonna get worse in the next movie.
I don't know how they're gonna
7 minutes of screen time.
That's no way.
It's gonna be a lot more. It's gonna be Deadpool and Wolverine, except without Hugh Jackman and Ryan Reynolds doing all the heavy lifting. And you're gonna have to accept Robert Downey Jr. delivering an accent. So he's not gonna be the charming, funny Tony Stark. He's going to be the villain that we're supposed to feel is as evil and as powerful as Thanos when they haven't introduced him at all. He's going to be in costume on screen 60% of the time. The rest of the time, there's a stuntman, and he's reading lines off camera. I told the story before. There was a scene where they had to wait. The stuntman and Robert Downey Jr. had to sit and wait while the writers punched up the lines and finished the script for the scene they were gonna.
Wow.
Yeah. How you make a movie.
That gets costly.
But also with Deadpool and Wolverine, they were bringing back characters you were nostalgic about. This is bringing back Simu Liu.
So it's not, this would have actually been better just bringing back all the originals.
Horribly. Will that change your attitude towards the film? Because it would
or something.
If they start Asian,
I don't think we're gonna do
if
that.
Homelander comes in and rips them in half.
Yeah.
Because that's what
Simu gets killed in this film, I will buy his hot toy. I promise you.
This should be their way
You
of
could have
signaling to
Dead
everyone we
Simu.
are utterly changing direction, and so they should do things like that. They should be going, no, actually, he is Captain America. That was just, we'll forget all about that. Because the reason why they're willing to spend so much is to signal we're changing direction. When we're doing a reboot, it's not going to be like last time. But if you just use this movie to remind everyone of the past and not change anything, you're going to spend a lot of money, waste it, and not actually give you sort of a lead up into the future.
But if they're going to continue this, and you know, if it's not a reboot for any reason, how could you bring back anybody again after this? Like, how could Chris Evans come back?
That's a
Or how
problem
could
for
you
the
have...
Disney of tomorrow. And
No one's ever really gone.
Seriously, how are the stakes going to be important at all? How
Well,
is
they don't
how is
care.
Steve
They're
Rogers
just-
going to be able to fight a street criminal and it'd be on the same level here? The stakes are
haven't
so
cared about
out of
that
bounds.
for
I
You
think the
need a
bigger
reset.
problem is the
Or no one
bigger
will
problem
believe
is the other characters. Never mind the big ones, your Steve Rogers and your fucking Robert Downey Jr.'s. The big problem is going to be, what if Simu survives and you got Shang-Chi going into the next phase, then you've got Ant-Man's daughter going into the next fucking phase, then you've got all these shitty ass characters, Proton and all this going into the next phase that nobody cares about. This whole thing needs wiping. Everybody needs
And they're
wiping.
not going to do that. I can't give details, but they are 100% not going to do that. They are going to reset the universe, and they're going to keep some people, and they're going to leave some behind. And some of the people, like the Young Avengers, is something they seem really keen on doing.
The fact that Cassie
Whatever,
is
I
like now
don't
confirmed to be in this is like just more indication of that, you know.
Yeah.
So much of this film feels lazy and cheap, and I know they're throwing all the money into it, right? But they haven't earned anything. It's got so many characters will be coming in that we don't give a crap about. But at the same time, something that just annoys me, right? They're trying to say what Dr. Doom is going to be this cosmic level threat, greatest threat that ever, and Thor is, you know, so scared of him and stuff like that.
greatest threat since the last one.
Yeah.
But, like, they had so many movies building up Thanos, but not only that, justifying his power. He needed to go through so much crap and trouble to get the Infinity Stones and get this cosmic level danger and power that he wanted, that you really felt it. There was good build up and then justification for it. And now they're just going to say, oh, and by the way, Dr. Doom is that powerful as well, because reasons.
Yeah. That's the biggest problem. And I think even if we take in good faith and assumed the best possible intentions for what they want to do and all of these things, with that being said, even if everybody working behind the scenes was super competent, it is such a monumental task to take all of these characters, bringing some back that we haven't seen in a long time, the ones that you have now, weave a story that makes sense around it with absolutely no prep time, and do it all with no build-up for your main villain. It's a monumental task. So even if everything went the right way, and even if everyone had the best intentions behind everything, I still think it would be a monumental task to make a mid-movie out of that. And now, but now we're expecting them to make a great movie.
Well,
and it's almost impossible.
So, like, what's the best case scenario? And I mean, like, hypothetically for them. Like, let's say the movie makes $2 billion and it gets a reaction like Infinity War. Okay, let's just hypothetically say that. What does the future look like for Marvel?
Their attitude towards this, what I've heard, is it's not really a matter of making money on this one. They just need to get people energized about Marvel again, get butts back in the seats, and hopefully they can do something beyond that. They're definitely going to bring in the X-Men, and pay attention to that casting. Giancarlo Esposito as Professor X.
Hang on, that's
He's
not true.
everywhere.
And Magneto.
That better not be true. Like,
is that happening?
No.
No.
He's rage
That
baiting.
would be my. The rumor was out there.
Too
before.
old to play
that's been a rumor
Professor
for a
X.
while.
Oh no.
I'd believe it.
I would too.
Like,
Well, look, they brought in Pedro Pascal to play Reed Richards. He's old. You know, if they
Gay.
yeah,
Super fucking gay.
Old and gay. It's a
which makes you
tragic
understand
combination.
Sue Richards. You know, yeah, you get why she went with the pool boy. Namor.
It's a young man's game.
Come
No,
on.
I think that's a good point that Jeremy brings up. It's just about getting people back, and there is no real plan beyond this because they scuttled the multiverse thing, and they're not going to go back to it. So they're going to do what they did in the Secret Wars Hickman comic, which is just kind of like convergence, but they didn't use that term, and mix everything in and keep some stuff. And they're not sure what they're going to keep. They're kind of throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks. And some of the stuff I heard is insane, is absolutely insane.
There is a good strategy for that, though, but that would be what Secret Wars was meant to be for. So in the first one, you bring all your characters back, you get all the hype in. Then in the next one, you have a bit of a mix, and so you gently lead people into the new characters in the reboot, and then you can see which characters are popular, which ones aren't, and they get their own movies later. But all of this should have been planned. You should have had someone with a strategy, not just throw loads of money at it and hope it works, but we don't know.
Their strategy is that they need Robert Downey Jr. to be the megastar that he has been. And I don't know how much longer that's going to last. He is a big star in this universe for sure. Robert Downey Jr. is a big star outside of that too, but he is not a box office draw outside of Iron Man. He just isn't.
And he's not playing Iron Man in this movie.
I know, but I said within this universe, he is he is a rock star, and he is a draw, and there's enough interest there for this movie with him. They're gonna put everything on his back. But what happens moving forward? You know.
But it was 7 years ago when he was the draw. Endgame was a long time ago. And it's been nothing but erosion since then. We're going on almost a decade now.
Sure, but it's still the thing people want them to get back
But
to.
he's playing a different character, and it really is so difficult. Once you kill somebody, once you brought them back, there is so much lacquer that's come off of that.
Agreed. And let's be real. Like, dude, say what you want about the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Tony Stark's arc is fucking fantastic.
Yeah, it is.
It is phenomenal. Even the problems with Endgame and all of that people have, like Tony Stark's ending is fantastic. And now you're bringing Robert Downey Jr. back, and I'm actually excited for this movie because of the discussions it's going to create. Because I have no idea what the fuck is going to happen in this movie.
The hype is going to be unbelievable for this. And there's probably some people showing up that we don't know that they've actually kept secret. And we'll find out.
No, Jonathan Majors is going to show up.
Hey, there you go.
For She-Hulk.
Yeah.
Jonathan Majors is going to return, okay? Robert Downey Jr. will be Doctor Doom, okay? And then suddenly Jonathan Majors brings in the true villain of the story, Ben fucking Shapiro.
There you go.
Okay.
With like eyebrows.
Actually, his eyebrows.
And then Tony Stark, and then Robert Downey Jr. has to turn back into Tony Stark, and he fights Ben Shapiro's eyebrows.
They're gonna have to the King.
Jewish Avengers.
You guys were complaining about the budgets being too big for these movies, so I don't know why you're asking aspersions.
The enemy was Israel.
Bro, it's like Thor and Captain America. These guys are like, you can't do this. You can't just destroy these worlds. Facts don't care about your feelings.
Guys, I was looking over the budget. 20,000 for catering. What is?
Now let's talk about Candace Owens and how crazy she is.
Yeah, and then Chris Evans is like, I was there. At the USS Liberty, he's like, "Don't talk about that." Fucking yeets him out of existence.
No, they have to
Marvel,
explain.
we're helping you right now. All right, everybody go see this shit. All right, everybody.
Take notes.
Nerdloading.com. Please subscribe.
I'm gonna wait there for a second. I will be right back.
Week for Blizzard news because Diablo 4 may be headed to Nintendo Switch after all. Lord of Hatred's final big dev stream is finally locked in, and we just got a teaser of Lilith's role in Lord of Hatred that, well, I'm not going to spoil it just yet. On top of that, Xbox may be rethinking Game Pass in a major way. StarCraft shooter rumors are heating up again, and we've got a handful of quick hits to close things out. Hey folks, this is Riker, and I dig into ARPG and gaming news so that you can spend more time playing games. Timestamps below to skip ahead to different topics. But before I move on, a word from this video's sponsor, Boot.dev. Boot.dev has gamified learning to code, turning their course into life. Alright, diving into the Diablo news, seems Diablo 4 on Nintendo Switch may be happening after all. The Indonesia game rating system has rated Diablo 4 for Nintendo Switch alongside its rating for PS5, Xbox, and PC. And this will not be the first time that the IGRS basically leaked a game port coming, so I do think this is legit. Diablo 3's Switch port in 2018 was a huge success. Diablo 2 Resurrected launched same day on Switch in 2021. It made sense for Diablo 4 to come to Switch. But here's the thing. Diablo 4 has no offline mode. Will the Switch version be playable offline, or will you still be forced to just play wherever you have Wi-Fi? A big appeal of D3 on Switch was play anywhere, no internet needed. And speaking of Diablo 2 Resurrected, there's currently a test server going on until April 21st, which basically contains a bunch of Warlock nerfs. It was expected, but perhaps one of the most painful nerfs is the fact that Warlocks can now only equip a two-handed weapon in one hand if the other hand is using a grimoire, not a shield. So this really limits the rune word possibilities. Now back to D4, we got word that the final dev livestream before release of Lord of Hatred will be on April 23rd. They'll be giving us an in-depth look at class skill trees, the talisman system, new endgame systems, basically everything we've been wondering about. IGN has been drip-feeding Lord of Hatred content for a couple of weeks now, and a lot of it has been stuff that consists of story spoilers. I feel like a lot of us, ideally, want to go into the story blind.
Yeah.
Or rather get previews on stuff that
It's been really
can't
fucking
be
annoying.
spoiled, like game systems, all that stuff that they're going to be talking about on the dev stream on the 23rd. Now, I know IGN is aimed at a more general audience who probably aren't going to really care about all the deep mechanics talks that we're looking for. But man, the latest preview they gave this week was the biggest spoiler they've done yet. And to
Yeah,
clarify,
it was a
this is-
Lilith reveal.
We're not blaming IGN here. It's Blizzard who is deciding what to give them. IGN did give us, though, late in the week, some info on Endgame. It was a video by IGN's Travis Northup on his opinion of the Endgame that he got to play.
Fuck that
Now, a
guy.
lot of it was information that we who are plugged in already know about, stuff about war plans, but he did describe the new Echoing Hatred in greater detail than Blizzard has provided so far, and it confirmed a lot of what we suspected about the Echoing Hatred, that it's going to be very similar to Diablo 3's Echoing Nightmares. Travis calls it an extremely challenging horde mode that goes on and on until you either drop dead or you get overwhelmed. So basically monsters keep spawning, and every time a monster spawns, the overwhelmed meter fills, and if you don't kill monsters fast enough, then the meter fully fills up, and then your run just ends. Every time you fully defeat a wave, you move on to a higher difficulty, and some waves will feature a boss or two, and sometimes multiple bosses at once. And the further you manage to go in the end, the better your loot. Now, the difficulty of the Echoing Hatred is not tied to your world tier, so you can actually use it as a gauge for what kind of difficulty you're ready for, and Travis also said that this was a good way to level. I don't know if it's something that only unlocks in the end game, though, so maybe he meant just like Paragon levels. We'll have to see.
Yeah,
Travis also
probably.
confirmed what we suspected about fishing. It is a one-button minigame. You tap the button when the fish bites onto your hook. He says he wishes there was more to it. There's a few different fish to find in each zone, and he seemed able to collect them all rather quickly. But now let's talk about the spoiler. And as usual, fair warning, if you want to go in blind, skip the rest of the Diablo section this week. Because it's a very short clip, but we're going to have a very long discussion about it. Alright, you've been warned. Last chance. Okay. So Blizzard has not kept...
It was, to be clear, it was a fucking dope scene, but it would have been better if they hadn't revealed it on the internet. It would have been better to have just kind of come across it naturally. It would have been great.
kept secret the fact that Lilith would somehow be involved in the story of Lord of Hatred. In press material, they've basically said that we would take on Mephisto with Lilith's help somehow, and it's been a repeated narrative point since Lilith's death in the original campaign that there's still something wrong with us. We speculated about how Lilith would return. Some people think she's literally going to respawn somehow and walk Sanctuary again, and I really hope that does not happen, because in my opinion that undermines the ending of D4 and her death.
It should be undermined then. The ending was dog shit. We made the wrong choice. Fuck that ending.
As all powerful demons do, but not for a long time, i.e. at least not for the duration of Diablo 4. So I figured if she's just some kind of a vision, or maybe somehow possessing us, or communicating with us from the other side, this is an acceptable way of having her remain a part of the story without diminishing the impact of her death scene.
Ah, fuck that.
Well, now we have basically a 30-second video that answers a lot of questions and raises others. We see a vision of our character falling. We see imagery of Mephisto. We have voiceover from the immensely talented Lilith actress saying, "I gave my children a world and the strength to make it their own, and all I have to show for it is you." And then we see her catch us.
Yeah, it's
and the
fucking
final
awesome.
word of this sequence that she says to us, "Fight." So my interpretation of this scene, we're confronting Mephisto, he kicks our ass, we're about to die, and that's when we get this vision of Lilith, her power awakening within us, urging us to go on, to not give up, to have the power to stop Mephisto.
It wouldn't be as cool as her fully coming back, but it's better than nothing. It's fine.
Striking imagery similar to Michelangelo's The Creation of Adam, and that is 100% a choice by the cinematic team. They knew what they were doing there. Just as God breathed life into Adam, so too did Lilith breathe life into us, and in what is likely to be a pivotal moment, she is doing so again to give us the life force to fight on. And the phrase Lilith speaks carries weight beyond just the words, thanks to the delivery of the voice actress. "I gave my children a world," she says, her voice trembling as she says children. Now, I don't believe demons are capable of love, not in the human sense of the word love, not in the truest sense of it, but I believe that Lilith feels for humanity the closest thing that...
Did we not see that already depicted, though, with Rathma? She was genuinely fucked up over Rathma being taken away the way that he was. So we know there's some semblance of that there.
Creature of pure evil can feel that is comparable to love. She may love us in the sense that she sees us as an extension of herself, and so it's a selfish form of love. I love you because you are me. But without question, she cares deeply about us in some way and wants us to thrive by her own evil definition of thriving. Her next line, "and the strength to make it her own." Now, the voice actress has shifted her tone from one of sorrow to one of resolve, almost defiance. When she says the strength to make it our own, she's talking about free will to perform acts of evil, to be unabashedly true to the demonic blood that is within us, to do whatever the hell we want to do without having to hold back out of fear or weakness. She is not apologizing for what she did while on Sanctuary. She is not admitting wrongdoing and letting her followers become cannibals and kill those who opposed her. To her, that is strength. That was humanity living up to its full potential, not being held back by silly morality. What she wanted for her children is free will. And if that means the free will to murder and to perform heinous acts, then they should feel no guilt to hold them back from doing that, because guilt is weakness. And to clarify, she's not saying go commit evil. She's saying go do whatever you want. Don't let anything hold you back. If your nature steers you to evil, then so be it. Her next line, and all I have to show for it is you. She says this with a mixture of disgust, of anger, of accusation. She feels betrayed by us. We are the ones who killed her. In her mind, she did nothing wrong, and we are the petulant child that rebelled against her when her other kids were being nice and obedient, and we ruined everything. But we have the blood petals in us, and the rest of her cult has collapsed, so we're all that she has left. And it's at that moment that she catches us. Because even though we've been a horrible child, even though we've literally killed her and ruined everything she was doing, she still cares about us in her evil way. Her last word, fight. She implores us. It's not a command said with menace. It's said with a genuine tone of encouragement, of support. She could have made this her I told you so moment. She could have reveled in our defeat. She could have rubbed in our faces the fact that we should have sided with her against Mephisto. But no, she does none of that. She expresses pain, hurt, because we hurt her, we betrayed her. But in our darkest hour, when all hope is lost, she is there for us. I see a lot of talk about how those of us who have sympathy for Lilith are like deluded. Lilith is the bad guy. She was doing horrible things. How can you possibly be Team Lilith? Look, Lilith is evil. There is no question about that. She is made of evil. She literally cannot help but...
There's a lot of people who actually don't understand where the divide comes from, and that it's not as... it's... whether they did it intentionally or if it was an accident is definitely debatable. But they did not make a character that was inherently black or white with Lilith. And that's where the divide kind of comes from. Because she is kind of close to morally gray done right. Where it wasn't so much that she was just going around doing bad shit. He does have that part right. But it was more... the people she did get rid of in that main story, for the most part, weren't necessarily people of value or people just inherently good. Like all the people that maybe you could make a case that she corrupted the people in the church and their morality could be debated, kind of, because the fucking pastors in Sanctuary are a little zealot like in nature as well. They're not all they're no beacons of like positivity themselves either. It is a thing where it's like there really is no objective like clear-cut good. Like even Inarius was hardcore in a way that did not paint him in a way where he was like a benevolent angel. He was the furthest thing from it. In a lot of ways, Inarius had more fucking evil going about him or nefarious intent than Lilith did. But this is a thing that like even the devs don't seem to understand, because they try to say it like, oh yeah, this is a blatantly evil character, and it's like, well, we think that of Mephisto. Like there's no objective good you can leverage at Mephisto. But Lilith's entire angle was essentially that she wanted Sanctuary to be a place for her and her kin. So it's like as long as you fall in under those parameters, she won't raise a hand towards you at all. It's anybody who steps outside of that line that does end up getting the bad side of it. But if you have that framing, though, there is room to coexist with somebody like that. And that's why it was always like blatantly obvious that the wrong choice was made at the end of the main story, because it's like you're choosing somebody who does not want to coexist with you versus somebody who has a very clear-cut standard for how they will allow to coexist with you. And it's utterly fucking retarded. And it very much mirrors like what's happening IRL right now. That people on that side are always running defense for people who do not want to coexist with anything outside of their culture, while condemning the other side of it that will very much lay out rules and like standards and conditions for how they very much would coexist with other people. it's fitting considering like where the developers lean that they would write a story like this and then make the wrong choice at the end of the game. But again, these kind of details kind of elude people like this who can't think for more than 5 seconds.
Be evil. And that's the tragedy of her character. Because she believes she is doing good by us, and of all the demons we have ever met in Diablo lore, none have ever wanted anything positive for us. All they ever wanted was to either use us as tools or corrupt us for their own power or destroy us. And some say, oh, she only cares about us as a means of gaining power.
And yeah, this guy right down here points out the exact thing I'm talking about. She genuinely mourns Rathma's death. Like, yeah, there's no doubt that the character does understand the concept of love and feel love towards her children. We literally saw it.
Eating Mephisto. Baloney. I don't buy it. It doesn't pass the smell test. We see Lilith talking to us, saying things in moments where there is no point in lying to us, no point in maintaining a charade, no point in being dishonest. And she has always maintained the same story, that she cares for us. Now you can argue she was lying to get followers and build power, but when we've
hang on.
And defeating Mephisto, because she believes she is doing good by us, and of all the demons we have ever met in Diablo lore, none have ever wanted anything positive for us. All they ever wanted was to either use us as tools or corrupt us for their own power or destroy us. And some say, oh, she only cares about us as a means of gaining power and defeating Mephisto. Baloney.
Yeah, no, that's bullshit. Yeah, no.
The smell test. We see Lilith talking to us, saying things in moments where there is no point in lying to us, no point in maintaining a charade, no point in being dishonest. And she has always maintained the same story, that she cares for us. Now you can argue she was lying to get followers and build power, but when we've just defeated her, and she believes she's being banished to the void for 500 years and she's never going to see us again, she has nothing to gain from lying to us. Her final words to us just maintain the same narrative. She cares for us in her sick, twisted, demented way, and she wanted to be our salvation. Lilith is a villain. Lilith is bad for humanity. Lilith was doing horrible things that should not be happening. There's no denying that. Humanity is better off with Lilith dead. But Mephisto is worse! This is not a story of good versus evil. This is a story of the lesser of two evils.
At least this part, he got this much right. He got this much. He's closer to right on this than he is to wrong. I'll give him that.
Is the story of the enemy of my enemy is my friend. This is a story of moral compromise in the name of survival in the face of Armageddon.
Correct. The part that he's missing, though, is that there were rules established where humanity could survive with her around. That's the only part he's missing. He's so close. He's so close, but he's just missing that one bit of context.
Deal with Mephisto first, literally the greater evil, then deal with Lilith. It's like you got a local mafia in your neighborhood, and the mob boss, yeah, he does bad things. He's extorting businesses, but he maintains order in the criminal underworld. And you hear that, oh, a powerful, violent cartel from out of country wants to now take over this neighborhood completely. They're going to do terrible things, destroy the neighborhood. And rather than allow the mafia to try to take on the cartel, we take out the mob boss, and then the cartel just sweeps in and takes everything over uncontested. No one is saying the mob boss is a good guy. But even in real life, the police, the FBI, they will team up with lesser crime bosses to help take down bigger crime lords. Whitey Bulger, hello? But the fact that we can even have these conversations is a testament to how well written of a character Lilith is. One reason that so many of us love Lilith as a character, not as a person, not that we think she's a good guy, but we love her as a character because she's nuanced. She's the most interesting, most complex demon we've been presented with. Like, no offense to Diablo, but Diablo's a boring character.
Yeah, he's one-dimensional, which is actually really... It's something that could have been a critique before. It is something that is badly needed now. Is one-dimensional characters who are just bad for the sake of being bad. They like it is something that is badly needed at a time where every single villain in every story has to have some tragic backstory where it's like you're supposed to empathize with them. No, fuck that. This is why Goblin Slayer is so fucking good. It's because they understand that the goblins are supposed to be hated. And there's no fucking sympathetic story to them, whatever. They just are what they are. They are the clear-cut bad guys that when they show up and the good guys win, it is what it is. Not that they always win.
He makes for a good villain, but as a character, there's nothing to him. He's cool, he's menacing, he serves his role perfectly as the villain of a basic story of fighting evil, but there's no depth to him. Demons are bad, the end. Lilith is bad, but that's not the end. Anyway, we'll stop the rant there. All this to say, I really look forward to the story of Lord of Hatred. Moving on to some Xbox news. Seems there's some big shakeups coming down the line with regards to Xbox's monetization strategy. First off, the new Microsoft Gaming CEO Asha Sharma has reportedly stated, as per an internal memo, that Game Pass has become too expensive for players and requires a better value equation. Separately, as per journalist Jez Corden on the Xbox 2 podcast, he's heard that it's a distinct possibility that the next Call of Duty game will not be a part of Game Pass this year. All Xbox-owned games have been day one Xbox Game Pass games, so this would be a huge departure from the norm. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to see why Xbox may be opting for this, with reports having come out over the past months and years that Xbox lost hundreds of millions of dollars by releasing Call of Duty day one on Game Pass. In January, Microsoft reported a 9% decline in revenue compared to the same quarter last year. Bloomberg has estimated that putting Black Ops 6 on Game Pass in 2024 cost Microsoft up to $300 million in lost retail revenue.
The double negative there is that the 1 year they did manage to keep their word and do this, it also happened to be the same year where the game was the worst it had ever been. So now it's actually like a quadruple negative, because it's like they lost all the money from the sales they didn't get. The goodwill and the status the franchise had as a whole is now tarnished. No matter which decision they make with whatever the next one is, whether they put it back in or they take it out, now it's gonna have reverse effect. Like it was just the ultimate disaster fucking outcome of like what was supposed to be the thing that put Game Pass over. They tried it with the worst entry that the franchise has ever seen. And now they can't actually use that card anymore, where it's like, oh, we'll just put the next one in. Nowhere near as many people are going to care about that as they would have before. And this is happening at the same exact time when the subscription you need is the highest price point it's ever been. Like, these are just the worst negatives all stacking on top of each other, all at the same exact time.
Website The Game Business, Christopher Dring, estimated in 2025 that titles launching on Game Pass lose roughly 80% of their expected premium retail sales.
It wasn't like that before.
Black Ops 7 failed to meet internal sales expectations. Call of Duty sales dropped 60% in 2025, as per a leaked document from a Bobby Kotick lawsuit. So, trying something very different to bring those sales back up seems like a no-brainer. However, it will be a bitter pill to swallow for existing Game Pass customers who have come to expect that the next Call of Duty will be part of what they're paying for. This could potentially cause more harm. But if it comes with a price reduction of Game Pass, maybe the pill will be easier to swallow. Jez Corden additionally said he heard that Xbox is reducing the pressure it had placed on its gaming division to make money, giving teams breathing room to work on features and systems that are not directly tied to profitability. So overall, seems this change in leadership has been seeing some promising directional turns. We even learned from Matt Booty, who was promoted to Chief Content Officer at Xbox, that Xbox has gotten its first-party studios supporting each other as one big happy family. For instance, Blizzard is helping the 2026 Fable reboot with its cinematics, which is great news for Fable because Blizzard's cinematics department has long been regarded as best in class in the industry. Then in some StarCraft news, rumors of the StarCraft shooter intensify. Once again, according to Windows Central's Jez Corden, speaking on the Xbox 2 podcast, he believes that the former design director of the Perfect Dark reboot is working on Blizzard's StarCraft shooter. Drew Murray joined Blizzard in January as an associate design director. If you look at his past from 21 to 2023, he was design director on action-adventure game. Speaking on the Xbox 2 podcast, he believes that the former design director of the Perfect Dark reboot is working on Blizzard's StarCraft shooter. Drew Murray joined Blizzard in January as an associate design director.
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was muted. Okay, so that confirms that everybody dooming and glooming over Magnum being pulled off of TFD are just completely full of shit. It's a different team being put on the game, like anybody with any common sense would have assumed anyway. And that just confirms it's not Nexon handling the game directly. Fucking retards, man.
Director. If you look at his past from 21 to 2023, he was design director on action-adventure game Marvel's Spider-Man 2. Before that, from 2018 to 2021, he was the design director on the reboot of Perfect Dark Zero, a sci-fi FPS. And from 2005 to 2015 at Insomniac, he was a designer on 3 games in the Resistance franchise, all shooters, all in a sci-fi alternate history setting. He was also a designer on a Ratchet & Clank shooter, and he was game director of action-adventure game Sunset Overdrive. So the big commonalities here are shooters and sci-fi. I think this rumor passes the smell test. We'll see what gets revealed at BlizzCon in September. Then in some quick Time Quest 2 news, the major summons update is now live. This represents a first step towards allowing full summoner playstyles. Every mastery was given a summon skill, and the patch contains a host of balance changes and other new additions. Another quick news, there's rumors that Krafton is no longer publishing Subnautica 2. The ongoing scandal between publisher Krafton and developer Unknown Worlds reached a climax recently, with Krafton really looking like the bad guy and on the hook for a $250 million payout. But if you look at the Subnautica 2 Steam page now...
Oh, is he really going all the way around? God damn the nightmare mode bod.
Krafton. This is not definitive proof of anything, but we'll keep an eye on this story. Another quick note, we got the official reveal trailer of Metro 2039 this week. This third installment in the Metro series will release on Xbox, PlayStation, Steam, and the Epic Games Store this winter, and it's set to have a much darker tone than the previous games, which, I mean, they already had a dark tone, so that's saying something. Metro 2039 is a single-player, story-driven game with exploration.
Oh my god, I hate this status so much,
And in
man.
the final surprise this week, we got the launch trailer for Masters of Albion, the last game of industry legend Peter Molyneux, set to release into early access on April 22nd on Steam. It's a reimagining of the God game, a genre that we don't see much of these days. I think the last solid entry was 2008's Spore, but the one I sank the most hours into was Molyneux's own Black and White, which was delightful fun. Masters of Albion will blend city building, real-time combat, and management systems into a game that is basically the culmination of Molyneux's previous works. Here's to hoping it'll be great. Now, folks, do check out last week's video in which we discussed the latest Lord of Hatred reveals of the week. Because that's going to wrap up this video. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my Patreon supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to join Rikers Raiders for more gaming content.
Okay, we gotta kill the gas guy. Somehow. Oh, okay, it doesn't hit him. Because of evocation. That's exactly why we did that. Oh, and the passive kicked in. Nice. Let's drop another one. Fuck it. Yeah, I was about to say he's got to come back over here at some point. Oh, the fire didn't put out the ice. Interesting. It also appears that that zealot scream was a feasible method of interesting. It still has 3 turns.
That's not going to work. Oh, that was tough. This can't have been used in a while.
CinemaCon, Disney had their day. We talked about Star Wars a little bit, but also it was a big day and a big night for Marvel. And you saw all of the influencers who are out there just so excited about what was being put on stage. And they got to see an Avengers Doomsday trailer that has not been released publicly yet, but there are descriptions of Robert Downey Jr. was there, Chris Evans was there. They're desperately trying to get people hyped. And one of the biggest things to come out of this, I think, was very, very funny. And we've heard rumors about these connections for a while in terms of this is not really about everything they've done in Phase 4 and 5 and so on. It's very much like a direct sequel to Endgame. Kevin Feige says Avengers Doomsday picks up right where Avengers Endgame left off. I saw Gary tweet this out. Translation, just forget about the MCU, please.
Yeah, it's a flush. I feel like it's a flush. Like,
the problem is a lot of these characters are popping up in this fucking movie.
yeah.
So it's going to be tough to forget about some of that stuff. But we did get Avengers Doomsday footage. We can see, you know, them
Yikes.
walking out and them trying to, you know, build the hype at
I can
CinemaCon.
only hope.
Here you go. Here's Robert Downey.
I can only hope that did not just erase my file, because sometimes that does happen. If the game shuts off while it's trying to save, that was the worst possible time for the game to just crash. And I don't even know how I feel right now if it ends up being that my file is gone because it crashed during a save. Hopefully that's not the case, but I have no idea. have no... Is this before? Oh, man. I have to... If I have to redo that fight again, I'm probably just gonna end for a bit. Because where I'm standing right now, it looks like before the fight I took. And I don't remember if I saved after. And it annoys me that honor mode doesn't actually quick save the events the way that it tells you that it does. Because that's actually the thing that I like about honor mode, is that you don't have to think about saving because it's supposed to do it for you. And where I'm standing right now, yep, everybody's still alive. Okay. We'll be back later.